God that God has prepared men to teach us. And beyond the words, he has sent men to sow seeds into our lives, to transform our minds, so that we can all soar. Amen. We prayed this morning, and I believe that God has answered our prayers, and I know each and every one of us are praying. I have an expectation, and that's what I'm going to share with us this morning. That out of here, out of our gathering, God is going to raise millionaires. He's going to raise billionaires. He's going to raise men for his kingdom. Amen. There was a word that we shared together this morning when a few of us gathered. Is that God will raise men that will take the burden of the body of Christ by themselves. They will take the resources. There will be no limitation. And I believe that is what God is doing this morning. God is going to raise men that will be policy changers to preserve and to protect even our wealth. Amen? How many of us believe that? And how many of us are expectant? Amen. A scripture that we shared, I will share with everyone. Just one of it. When Jesus' body was to be buried, one man, he said, leave that responsibility to me, the body of Christ. One man. All the expense, everything it would cost. And I believe that that man is here today. I prayed for my family. I prayed for myself. Amen. We don't know what he did before or after, but we know his name. Amen. That singular thing he did was very significant. We can go on and on to talk about Mary Magdalene. Said he broke the alabaster box. So expensive that it wouldn't matter to do anything for Jesus. Amen. You know, I can go on and on, but this is not the reason why we are here. God has prepared great men that have the mind of God, and I trust that they will deliver beyond the words what God wants us to hear and to transform our lives. Without further ado, I'm going to welcome our first speaker this morning. As we shared earlier on, he's so passionate about blessing people. He's an energy analyst, somebody he knows his onions. So when you talk about writing research grants or those beautiful ideas, putting it across to get those resources, he's an expert in that field. Without further ado, join me in welcoming with Jesus joy, Dr. Kazi Bakon.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be presenting to you and share with you about funding opportunities for scholarships and small business schemes. I have to say that when I first got the call to come and present or share on this topic, I was really excited about it because I have a personal background story with respect to scholarship opportunities and accessing those kind of opportunities for schooling. Right? As a beneficiary of a number of scholarships myself, I thought it would be important to, in my own small way, give back in this form. So I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to be speaking to all of us here on this subject. So, since I'm not presenting, I'll just be coordinating with those from the media center. So if I give a sign, please move on to the next slide. That's the topic for today. We're going to be unlocking opportunities for funding and small businesses. And if you go to the next slide, yeah, that's just a little bit about me, which Dr. Benga has already spoken about. Quite passionate about leadership, entrepreneurship, and scholarship opportunities and research writing and things of that nature. My schooling background starts in Nigeria, goes to the UK, and then in Nigeria again, and then now I'm in Canada. So I've had this experience across those regions. So the next slide. Okay, so very quickly, this is how we're going to run through this. It's meant to be a guideline, really. We're not going to be very strict around this. We're going to expand on certain sections and move on across in that way. So opportunities are everywhere. However, access belongs to those who are prepared. If you go to the next slide, the way we seize these opportunities and take advantage of them really comes down to how prepared you are to seize those opportunities when they show up. And for each of us, we have different personal stories, which are different. Each one of us has his own story of how we got to where we are. What you know actually shapes the kind of things you can achieve. And there are many opportunities that go unclaimed, and we'll get an understanding as to why that is the case. Right? Now, scholarships exist for two perspectives, really. From the bodies that are issuing scholarships, they want to attract talent, they want to improve diversity, they want to support leadership development, they want to reward excellence, they want to increase enrollment. But from student perspective, from those who are trying to access these scholarship opportunities, what are the reasons why you want a scholarship? Of course, you want money to be able to go to school, reduce your debt, you want to build credibility on your resume, you want to build networks, right? You want to improve on your confidence. These are some of the reasons why we seek out scholarships. A lot of times, yes, we seek them out because we are focused on the money aspect of it. But there are other reasons why a scholarship is important, and these other three I've given are some really good reasons why we try to get scholarships. Now, as far as Canada is concerned, there are several kinds of scholarship types that you can access. Sorry, okay, good. You've got scholarships that depend on your academic performance, which is, I'm sure, the one that a lot of us are familiar with. But then there are other kinds. There are scholarships that have to do with leadership development, where they are interested in sponsoring you for your leadership potential. Then there are sports scholarships, which again, I'm sure we hear a lot about. There are scholarships that are targeted at certain demographics, so diversity, immigrant, newcomers, and what have you. And then there are scholarships that are meant to develop certain trades. There are community-based scholarships and faith-based scholarships. And then there are scholarships that are based on, financial need. Interested in sponsoring you for your leadership potential. Then there are sports scholarships, which again, I'm sure we hear a lot about. There are scholarships that are targeted at certain demographics, so diversity, immigrant, newcomers, and what have you. And then there are scholarships that are meant to develop certain trades. There are community-based scholarships and faith-based scholarships. And then there are scholarships that are based on, financial. The issue now is how large is this opportunity? Because we talk a lot about getting scholarships, and sometimes we have difficulty with accessing or even knowing about these scholarship opportunities. So if we go to the next slide. Good. Now, according to the Canadian Statistical Review, and you will forgive me here because I'm sort of a numbers person, which you should have figured by now, but since the establishment of this institution in 1964, the government has provided more than $80 billion in loans to more than 7 million people, or students, full-time and part-time. So that's a very large number. If you do the math, you can see how much on average they've spent on scholarships, right? And this is all across. And then when it comes to grants, right, the government since 95 has actually provided 24 billion to more than 4 million students. So the point here is that there is a lot of, if you're looking at the raw financial amount that is available to be had as scholarships, the amount is there. and yet we are not accessing some of these funds. The issue is why, and we'll look at that when we go a few slides down and understand the kind of things we need to do to be able to access this pool of funds. Next slide, please. All right, this is a bit more for informational purposes I put in here because, the slides are free to share if you actually want. So I won't read everything that is here, but I'll just point out that there are different kinds of resources that you have, right? You can get resources from government agencies, companies offer scholarships, NGOs are also sources of scholarships, universities offer scholarships, and then of course you've got individual donors, persons that are just like, when I gave an example, one person can just decide and say, you know what, I'm going to be sponsoring 10 people every year that meet this criteria. And there are those scholarship opportunities that are available. But you need to be able to find and locate them. So the question is, where do you find these sort of opportunities? And this takes us to the slide that you're looking at right now. All right? There's a very popular site called Scholarships Canada. It's, of course, not everything, but there's a lot of resources you can find there. And I have circled the point where you can then figure out how to keep track and follow up on what they have on offer, who is offering what, how much is being offered, what the eligibility criteria is, and all of that, right? And then even the government, federal government of Canada also has a scholarship website where you can keep track of and follow on what is going on, access different kinds of scholarship opportunities. If you go to the next slide so that we can see, yes, so this is the slide here. There are lots of scholarships that you can actually access from this platform. The issue is getting to know what those are. I won't spend time on this next slide. Next slide, please. I just have a list. Like I said, this is going to be given to you, so if you're interested in it, just has a list of different resources you can access to keep track of and know where the scholarship opportunities exist. Today with technologies, you can actually bookmark and keep track of when new information pops up on these platforms, either on X, which used to be known as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. All of this through the social handles have these opportunities for you to keep a tab on and keep track to know when opportunities show up. Next slide, please. And then not to be left out, we've also got Saskatchewan. They have the student aid program that they have with some information in there and specific eligibility criteria. So if this is something that you feel or you think is an avenue to be explored, you can also look into it. Next slide. Okay, just hold on this slide a bit because I would like to spend some time here. So I coined something called a PREP, winning formula for attaining scholarships, PREP, where P stands for profile, R stands for relationships, E for effort, and P for proof, right? Now, profile has to do with developing a winning profile. A lot of times, when we need to access scholarships, we tend to wait until we have the need for it. But the game with scholarships, the thing with scholarships is to start, it's a long game. You have to start preparing from years ahead. And to do that, you have to start building your profile, okay? And what does building a profile mean? Building a profile means you are involved. You volunteer, you share, you are either in a sport, or if you are, you are involved in academic competitions and what have you. That is developing a profile, all right? So when those that have gone ahead of you, either by way of your parents, your guardians, or someone that has more experience in the world, is pushing their kids and pushing people to develop those capabilities. This is what they are trying to build, a profile. They've got relationships. Sometimes word of mouth is very important. Despite the fact that we have all of these tools that are access to the word of mouth is still very important. Getting information by communicating with one another. Then there is the aspect of references. Every time you have to do a scholarship, a lot of opportunities will require you to bring references. Of course, it will be very awkward to approach someone to give you a reference if you've never said hello or conversed with that person or developed a network with that person. So the way to do that is to start developing relationships. And how do you develop those relationships? By being involved in your community activities. Then you have to make the effort. When it now gets actual time to apply for these scholarships, your essays have to be up to scratch. You have to read the instructions carefully. You have to treat it like a mission that it actually is. and put in the work, and eventually you'll get success. And then the proof. When you're actually putting in your application, you have to now show workings or show proof, or like I believe the modern term is to show receipts, right? You have to show that, you have to show what you've done. So you've got to show the proof of it. At the end of the day, good grades alone are not sufficient in this world that we have with respect to the scholarships. They are important for sure, no doubt about it, but they are not the be all and all. Other factors come in: leadership, volunteering, consistency in your effort to seek out these opportunities. The next slide then. So these are some of the reasons why, while I have titled this slide Common Mistakes That Students Make, we could also look at this slide as mistakes to be avoided, or sometimes you can also look at this as the reasons why some of us are not accessing the scholarships we need to access, right? Either we are making our applications late, then you are hurrying to make it, or you are writing a generic essay. You just have a template essay which you simply send out to every application you are making. You know, that does not quite work very well. You have to tailor those essays. You get very weak references, okay? You get a reference from someone that, you know, maybe does not know you very well, or is not really committed to what you are trying to pursue. And then the reference comes out as weak. You don't have any extracurricular activities, no sports, no out-of-school activities, no volunteering. You know, it tends to make you boxed. And then you wait until the last minute to start assessing what these opportunities are. You ignore instructions when it's time to apply. You forget to be future-focused. What do you want out of your life for the future? Where do you see yourself in 5, 10 years? These are questions to which you should have had the answers, or at least have an idea what it looks like in your mind. And then sometimes there's just this feeling of you ruling yourself out. Oh, this scholarship is not for me. There's a certain group that is already reserved for this. It's too hard for me to apply to, so I'll not just bother. So before you even step foot to compete, you've already ruled yourself out. Clearly, you are not going to get it. The point is, your scholarship application starts many years before the application portals open, right? It's a long game. Next slide, please. So to increase chances of success, and you know, we can go into real examples here. Common tips: read the instructions carefully. I have opened a number of scholarship opportunities. I know what it looks like. To be honest, it can be a bit overwhelming if you are coming to it at first, because they've got lots of instructions, they've got lots of things to take note of. But you see, like they say, since you are the one seeking, it is now up to you to take the extra step, right? And actually do the work and read the instructions very carefully. You should maintain something that I call a brag sheet. Now, I'll spend some time here. A brag sheet is basically like a list of what you've accomplished. It's beyond a resume. Imagine you are trying to brag to your own kids, or trying to brag to your friends the things you've done. Do you know what I have done, where I have been? That is exactly what that sheet is. To be honest with you, in scholarship applications, this is not the time to be too humble. This is actually the time to say, this is what I've done, this is where I've done it, this is what I've been able to achieve, this is how I've helped, this is what I have saved, this is what we've been able to do, right? Then you should track your achievements, which is kind of like a brag sheet as well. You should volunteer consistently, right? When you see an opportunity to serve, to help, please put in a hand, because by doing that, you are now getting relationships who can then refer you. By volunteering, you can actually say you contributed to developing something. You can set up notifications. This is an IT thing. If you're not too IT savvy, you can get someone who is to help you, but this is not too difficult to do. Set up notifications to get alerts and prompts when these opportunities show up. Build relationships with your teachers, your community leaders. Learn the art of storytelling. And you don't have to do it Nollywood or Hollywood style, very elaborate. Just to be able to sequence what your life story has been. Think of it as when you are having a gist or a discussion with your friend. What has your story been? And then apply broadly. Don't niche yourself down. Don't restrict yourself. And then recycle your essays strategically. I know. I have written several essays before. I know it can be a lot of work to do. So sometimes we can get lazy, right? And now with AI, it makes it even easier to get lazy, right? You just put in a prompt and out comes an essay. But you need to still personalize those essays. You need to be able to put your voice into those essays. So by positioning yourself strategically, you can make an application successful and actually end up winning several scholarship awards. They might not be each very big or significant on their own, but little drops add up. A 5,000 here, a 1,000 there, a 2,000 here, it can go a long way in achieving your goals. Now, these lessons for entrepreneurship are very similar to that for scholarships. For young people, the reason why we want entrepreneurship and the principles still follow to diversify your income, build your skills, have ownership of something, and solve problems. If you go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So, like I was saying, these principles are still in very close alignment and add up to the whole idea of seeking out funds to develop yourself, either academically or through a form of business. You don't have to wait until you achieve a certain age to start building economic value, right? And thankfully, I do see a lot of youth and young people who are actually very, business-minded in this sense. Either they have something they are doing on YouTube or TikTok, or they have something they are writing or blogging, or they have things that they are selling and doing, which is really, really good to do. You don't need to wait until you get to a certain point to be able to diversify your income, own something, and solve a real problem that you identify in your community. The next slide will talk about where we can get funding for businesses in Canada. Again, I understand this can be overwhelming, but if you just take the time to look through what the options are, you can then decide which way is the way to go for you. There are grants, which are generally non-repayable, and the government does give quite a bit of that. There are loans. We have youth schemes. We've got pitch. If you've heard about startups, where they go to have, or some of those things you may watch on TV, where people have an idea and they compete to get which idea will be funded. That's exactly what it is. Community lending, and then family and partnership. And then these are some organizations, big names to explore. To put together this presentation, I just put these names here, but I'm sure there are other organizations that you can research and find out to make offerings on. At this point, I would even add that your AI tools are very useful in this regard. You can actually ask your AI tool to give you a list of some of these organizations, and it will do a lot of that heavy lifting research for you, which you can then expand upon. The next slide, please. So before a funder gives you money, again, just like for scholarship funding, what are they really looking out for? Well, some of you here would have businesses, some of you have understanding of how businesses run, so this will not be exactly new, but still, it's really, really important. You have to have a good business idea, which again, I realize is a bit relative, but you have to start with an idea. Then you have to build a plan around that idea by having a business plan, and there are whole courses and a whole talk can be given about building a business plan. You have to understand your customers. You have to show a potential funder that you understand finances. You understand how money flows in and out. You understand where your revenue is coming from, what your costs are, and you can justify, that you are going to earn a profit. You need to show commitment, and then you need a mentor and advisor. Let's face it, not all of us are inclined, naturally, should I say, for business. Or even if you are, you don't know a lot of things. There are people that have experience ahead of you. There are people that understand the new environment where you may find yourself. So you speak to a mentor or an advisor. A bank can provide an advisor. Our church here can provide mentors and advisors as well to those who have gone ahead in doing this. So invest time in developing these key requirements, and it will go a long way in helping you attract and achieve some of the funding requirements you would need for your business or for your idea, as the case may be. The next slide just speaks to the role of mentors and business advisors. I expand a lot on this. Why you need an advisor? Well, it will save you time, right? It will help you reduce your mistakes. If you write a business plan or a proposal, an advisor can help you go through it and decide if there are areas to be improved. Can even connect you to funding. What you may be looking for in faraway banks may actually be close to you if you can speak to one or two persons, and that can help improve your business plan. Reality is that there are a lot of opportunities that are hidden inside networks, and if you don't access these networks through an advisor or a mentor, then it is gone. 5-step action plan is what I would like to leave you with. Create a funding tracker. That's the first thing you should do. If you are pursuing scholarships or you know someone that is going to be pursuing scholarships, this slide, if nothing else, should be the defining slide that you should have for the next month. Create a tracker. Build and update your resume or your brag sheet. Start showing up and volunteering. Start building a profile. Research a business idea, or in the case of scholarship, research the scholarships you have available there, and then consult with an advisor and a mentor. It looks like a lot of first steps to take within a month, but the first step is always the most important one to take in this kind of things. You don't wait for all the stars to align. You just make the first move. And I'll leave with this final message, if you will go to the next slide. The biggest difference between young people who access opportunity and those who do not is not intelligence. It is awareness, it is preparation, it is taking action. Your background may have shaped where you are starting from, but the moves you make and the steps you take now, today, will shape that future. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Wow. Thank you so much. I think we can jam our hands together one more time. Thank you. We'll just take a few questions the next 10 minutes or so. I don't know if there are questions in the house for Dr. Bakan. Yes, sister.
So mine is not really a question. What I wanted to suggest is, because I know your answers, is that this first session would have been very beneficial for the younger people in the community, in the church and in the community. When I say younger people, the ones in high school. So my suggestion is, if we can have it as an online forum, where our younger people, the high school students, can come on and see, and hear about this and then prepare towards it, I think would be very helpful. Thank you. Yes, but what I'm saying is, we did not market this event to the high schoolers. It was marketed towards the younger adults. So what I'm saying is, so probably won't go to it. If you're on YouTube, they probably won't listen. But if it's projected towards them as an event from ANSASC, and then we ask them to do, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you mean.
So I think it would be very helpful. Thank you.
What you mean.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do I stand up or sit down?
Either one is fine, as you feel comfortable.
I like to read the room before I move. The earlier speaker, our concept of young is the general concept. When you were speaking, I just decided to pigeonhole myself as a young person. In other words, not only not young in age, but young at heart. Because the reason why I said that is because I found myself, at a juncture where I needed to pitch for scholarship, with the Institute of Directors. Going to give scholarship someone to attend a program which would probably be more than around about 20,000 thereabout. And they said to me, "Oh, you did well, but we had to give someone because of diversity, so I wasn't given." Along the line, they asked me for my LinkedIn. That now got me aware that, look, Shola, you need to start doing something about your LinkedIn. Since that time, I've been trying to populate my LinkedIn, looking at my footprints and things like that.
Yeah.
things I've done, or I'm doing now, or later I'll put things I've done. So how would this apply to a young person like myself? I mean, these scholarship opportunities, or is it too late in the day? Is it too late, or are there areas and places I also can? I still have that option of having to raise scholarship for that event I'm talking about, you know. So
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Like I said, yes, I'm aware that this event was, let me use the word, marketed as for youth. But the truth is that a lot of the messages apply across board, right? So if you take out anything to do with specific to youth, the messages still apply. In fact, when I was thinking about it, yes, we're talking about scholarships to go to institutions or schools, but even in our workplaces or with professional organizations or professional associations rather, there sometimes are what you may call scholarships because they are funding opportunities, funding to attend, maybe an event, or refund for school that you've attended, different things like that. So I would say, with respect to what you've said, you are taking those steps already, which is putting yourself out there, applying for those opportunities. Now you see the need to update your LinkedIn and your resume, which is really good. The reason that was given for you not getting the opportunity, really there's nothing you could have done about it, right? You're not going to convert yourself into some other demographic group, right? But what it just means is that you did a lot of things well and a lot of things right. And I would only say just keep at it in that direction and explore other opportunities and other ways of maybe achieving the same thing or similar goals. And that's really the way that that's how I would couch it. Yes, I know we spoke a lot about scholarships, but again, sometimes even in your offices, your place of work, you may have gone to do a certain program or a certain course, and then there are opportunities for your place of work or organization to refund those expenses, right? You have to look into those kind of things as well. Sometimes you may not know unless you are told, right? Or unless you go asking. So you have to actively explore those sorts of opportunities. Yes, so there are those kind of things. Or you belong to a professional association and you are looking for sponsorship to attend a conference, right? You may not know that there are opportunities to have those attendance funded. And if you don't know, you won't apply it and you will miss the opportunity. So at the end of the day, knowledge is key, but preparing yourself ahead of the opportunity so that when it shows up, you are ready to take it is really important. Thank you. And thank you very much, madam, for that idea. Yes, it's well noted. Thank you.
I just have one question, and that is, for scholarships and funding, are there like marketing strategies to these from where it's coming from? And if yes, why? So the reason why I'm asking this is, like you rightly mentioned in the beginning, that like it could be a lot. There are like a whole bunch of things that you could see going through, like what is needed for that. But if you look at it at the end of the day, even though it's pushed out there, oh, there is this funding, this, you would tell, like once you go through it properly, that the chances are like this from what is projected. So this is me asking, are there reasons why organizations push out or market opportunities like this? And why would that be? Is that like this organization have something to gain from the government, or feel like, oh, there is this organization and we've unable to give social amount of people scholarship and all that, and what would they get? So is there like marketing strategies to opportunities? And if that's yes, why?
Okay, so I take it your question is from the perspective of the institutions awarding the scholarships. You are asking if they have a marketing strategy in awarding scholarships, and if they do, your question is why that is the case. Okay, so my first answer is yes, obviously. Scholarship bodies tend to have criteria or eligibility for attaining those, for awarding scholarships, right? and it gets tied to whatever mission or vision or objective of that organization. So take scholarships that are offered by individuals. A scholarship that's endowed by an individual. If an individual decides and says, you know what, I want to offer scholarships to only people that have lived in Prince Albert for the last 5 years and who are going to be studying automotive engineering, just as an example. If you lived in Musjo, but you want to study automotive engineering, clearly that's not going to be for you. That opportunity is not, you are not going to be eligible, no matter how brilliant your submission is. Why? Because that is simply the criteria. Okay? Yes, I get your point about a lot of scholarships being out there and the competition being high, which is true. But then again, you would also understand that it is a nature of the thing. Look at how much has been expended on scholarships, in the last 5 decades, and the number of people that have been sponsored. That is a lot of money. So you can imagine that competition for that kind of money it's not. I mean, let's face it, no one is going to be handing you $50,000 on a plate. You have to actually strive and work for it. So I can also understand how it sometimes feels as if these organizations actually don't see you, or there's just too much struggle. And then you just say, you know what, the competition is just too much. You'll simply write yourself out, and that's, however, what I'm trying to get us to move away from, which is that let us not be so put off by the competition that we step away from attempting those scholarships, right? Because when you do that, one of the key things you miss about not being a scholarship awardee is that you can't, it now becomes something that you didn't achieve, or it becomes something that you don't have a network, right? And to be fair, to be honest, it can impact some persons who go around thinking, oh, they are not up to measure because they didn't achieve that, right? So no matter how competitive, my own view is still put yourself out there. As long as that you have that objective, and as long as you're not just targeting one scholarship opportunity, really the strategy should be on the persons applying for the scholarship. So to the extent that we know that scholarships are really competitive, it means that you can't just keep focusing on only one. And you can't just keep insisting that you want a $50,000 scholarship. And you can't just keep insisting that your scholarship must come from a sports opportunity. You have to be as divergent and diversify these opportunities as much as possible, because the payoffs, believe you me, are really significant.
Take one last question. Thank you.
What about those who, I love the presentation, and I think I agree with Lara's opinion, especially for immigrant kids. A lot of them come in. Some people come in really late, so they can't build up that volunteering, or that profiling is a big thing, because especially those who've not been in a place for 5 years, it takes a lot to build the network, the connections to say, okay, this is where you're supposed to go to. Why you're just doing the basic survival. Okay, I have to get residency status. I have to get a job. So those things are off. So I'm talking about kids that get into university, and then parents are living in Nigeria. They're struggling to send the money for this guy's kids' education. How does that fit in this conversation? So I'm thinking for a lot of people, those whose parents are not doing so well, and they finally got a foot in the door, they're in university, how do they find these opportunities to help alleviate? Because I have a lot of friends whose children are here, and the parents are selling assets to just fund education. So how does it work?
Yeah, that's, in fact, what you've touched on, the question you've touched on is actually the subject of another presentation altogether, because I know that I'm very aware that what I've presented here assumes a certain kind of parameter, right? And what you've just brought up may lie slightly out of that parameter. So the picture you've painted, like you say, if you just got here, you don't have 10 years to build a history, right? You can't possibly have built a history in 10 years if you just got here last year, okay? However, and again, this is not to say that there is no competition or that it is going to be any easy. The fact of the matter is that the only thing I can say, or one of the key things I can say, is just to target the kind of opportunities you are seeking for. And to note that, yes, I know that getting a scholarship to go through school as you have pointed out, will be the immediate pain. That's the immediate problem you are, a university person or a parent is interested in. How do we get the funding for now to go through? But the things that I have outlined in terms of volunteering, being a part of the community, networking, all those are still very important down the line, and they will still pay off for you even after school. So, while there are opportunities that may not be as massive, so for example, I went through this scholarship portal, and you find a lot of scholarships that are 1,000, 2,000. They are not scholarships that are promising to take care of your education throughout, right? There are scholarships that are meant to take care of just 1,000, 2,000 here and there. Those are also low-hanging opportunities, which the university students themselves actually have to be on the lookout for. Because yes, it doesn't answer the question of a $30,000 or $40,000 tuition fee, but at least it does answer the question of a small, basic, immediate need that you can solve with $1,000 or $2,000. Plus, it adds to helps build your resume and credibility at the end of the day. So I know this may not address the bigger question that you've asked about, okay, how do you achieve a scholarship that takes care of that full tuition, given that you are coming into that environment, should I say, 1 foot behind, right? Allow the expression. If you're coming in slightly 1 foot behind, clearly you know that there's a lot of competition stacked up against you. However, there are still small opportunities that you can take, and my point will be that apply and take those opportunities because they end up building your credibility and building your profile for much bigger things down the line. And that's how I would frame it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Kase Bakon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know that this is just the tip of the iceberg when we talk about scholarship opportunities, like you mentioned. As they say, the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. I remember when I approached him, he said, he's so busy, he doesn't think. I said, you must come. And I'm not disappointed. We are not disappointed. We have Dr. Bakon in our midst. As many of us will know, he's one of the executives of the ANSASC, looking after us here. If there are conversations, questions, you can always reach him, and he has promised to pass on the slides, which we can share with everyone. So once more time, I just want us to give him a round of applause as we've carried it forward. Thank you so much. Yes. I recognize that it's just a wonderful time already. We're just going to speed it up here and invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is somebody that many of us know in a different way. We are familiar with him in a different way. We know him as a father. We know him as a friend. We know him as a brother. We know him as somebody who will go and poke and trouble. We know him as our pastor. But during the day, he's a taxation and payroll specialist. He's an accountant par excellence. And he's going to come and talk to us this morning. And I'm hoping that we would also have another question. That can we have another session with you, sir? With Jesus' joy, help me to welcome Pastor Kayode Pelola as he comes and demystifies taxation for us.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad to be here. Today, I'm just going to be talking about taxation. Let me start with taxation. Unfortunately, I don't really have a slide yet, but at the end of this gathering, I'll get everything together. I have some in my notes, some in my iPad, so I'll get them together and then send to Dr. Binga so we can have it for keeps. Praise the Lord. When I say praise the Lord, please, it's you. Thank God he introduced me as a pastor. So that will not be too far from my mouth. Now, first of all, I would like to start with taxation. It's something that all of us here don't like. How many of you like to be taxed? Nobody. If your income is $1 million in a year, and you have the opportunity to go home with that 1 million, how many of you will not go with it? Nobody wants to pay anything. We don't want to pay. That's the truth. And we thank God for where we are. In this country, government makes it in a way that the more you earn, the more tax you pay. But I'm still going to talk to us about how we can minimize how much we give to the government. The government here takes our tax. They use it. They use it. And I'm going to show you a lot of areas where they use this tax that will make you to be happy that, oh, when you see that money being taken from you, you're not really bothered. Let me start with the minimum tax that is expected to be paid as a person. The minimum tax is 0. There are some people that will pay 0 tax in a year. No matter how much people talk about taxation here, some people will not pay. But some will pay 14% if your income is not, if your taxable income is not more than 58,000. You'll be paying 14% tax. Your taxable income here is after the government has deducted what they call personal allowance and some other allowances that you are allowed to take away. You know, you may have income. It's not everything that the government is going to tax. They will remove some. They will give some to you. There is this form that you fill when you first get a job. They call it TD1 for the federal. And then they have another one for the province. You know, we pay 2 taxes here as salary earners. You pay to the federal government and you pay to the provincial government. But it's not everything that you're going to pay. You are given some allowances. Those ones are tax-free. So after removing everything that is tax-free, whatever remains, if it's up to 58,000, it's between 0 and 58,000, you pay 14% tax. If it's between 58,000 and 117,000, you pay the first part, you first pay 14, then the next one, you pay 20.5%. Let me try and explain this. If your income is 100,000 in a year, you are not just going to pay 20.5%. The first 58,000, you pay 14%. Then the next one, up to 100, you pay 20%. That is how it's graduated. So the maximum tax anybody can pay in this country is 33%. And that is when you have an income of over 258,000. When your income is, your taxable income is more than 258,000, then you are asked to pay up to 33% to the government. Now, let's look at some of the things that can, where government, tries to help us to make sure that even though you pay this tax, there are still some ways by which the government gives some money back to you. We have what they call the GST credit. This GST credit from July this year is going to be replaced by Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits. They call it GST credit. the GST credit is not for everybody. It is given according to the income that you have. If your income is high, you may be surprised. They won't give you that GST credit. That GST credit is the GST is the 5%, that 5% tax that is added to the groceries you buy. When you go to the grocery store, they add 5% GST and they add 6% PST, making 11% that we pay in Saskatchewan. Those who are in a province like Alberta, they only pay that 5%. They don't have PST. Now, for those of us that pay GST, when you file your tax, they now look at your income and see whether you're qualified for GST. If you are qualified, the government decides to give you back some of these. So that's the way it is done. And you might have been reading some stuff online that government is going to give 680,000 one-time payments to everybody. It's a lie. That's not true. The only thing the government is going to do is that they're going to replace the GST with effect from July this year by what they call Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits. And everyone that they will pay, you get it in your bank account, or they send the check to you if you don't have a direct payment with the CRA. The CRA is the Canada Revenue Agency, and that is the organ that the government is using to administer taxation. They use it to administer taxation in the federal and in the province. So the CRA, as a government agency, they are saddled with that responsibility of administering tax benefits and so on and so forth. In the TD1 that we fill every year, the federal government gives you $16,452 of your income free, which means that if your income is not more than that, you are not going to pay any tax. And the province of Saskatchewan gives you $20,381 every year for free. So if your income is not more than that, you're not going to pay tax. So that's why I'm saying that here in this country, the government taxes you based on your income. If your income is not too high, you are not going to pay too much tax. I remember there was a time in Nigeria, it's a long time, when the Second Republic was about to start, a presidential aspirant, one of the presidential candidates then, when they looked at his tax, you know how much tax he paid? He paid 8 naira poll tax. 8 naira poll tax for a presidential. If you are not big enough, you are not rich enough, you won't even venture going into that type of politics. But when they looked at his tax, he paid only 8 naira in a year as tax. That's terrible. But here, that can never happen. You pay according to how much you earn. Then from our tax, if you look at your pay stub, you always see EI and then CPP together with tax. The tax that is deducted from your income is both both provincial and federal. So they deduct the money from your income. and the government is using the money. I'll tell you some of the things they're using them for. Then you have the EI, the employment insurance. It is an insurance. Everybody that works must pay it. Anybody that works, no matter your age, you have to pay employment insurance because it is an insurance. And you all know in insurance, everybody pays, but not everybody goes to draw from it. So it's a pool that the government puts that money so that if anybody has a problem, like you lose your job or you are sick, you are not able to go to work. You know, in this country, if you are sick and you have exhausted your sick hours, your employer stops paying you. They stop paying you. Not like where majority of us come from. You know, you can be sick for 2 years at home and they'll still be covering you. They say, yeah, he's sick, and they continue to pay. But here, the moment you don't have your sick hours, your employer stops paying. That is when employment insurance comes in. You now apply to Service Canada and tell them, I am sick, I'm not able to work, and they'll start paying you. Or you say, you lose your job. I was surprised. The first experience I had when a lady, we worked together, and our employment was terminated. I was expecting her to say, I'm finished. I was expecting her to cry. The lady just smiled. She packed her stuff and left the office. Why? Because the employment insurance is there. All she needs from us is the record of employment. We will issue a record of employment to her. She will go out and then call the Service Canada. I just lost my job. And they'll look at the record. What made them sack him? Did he steal money? Did he do anything? He didn't do anything like that. Then they'll start to pay until she's able to find another job. So that's the purpose for employment insurance. So when you see it being deducted in your pay, don't be offended. Just know it's for a purpose. You may need it one day. And then you also have the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan. This Canada Pension Plan is being deducted. It's for you. As long as you are 18 and above, you are asked to contribute into it. The young people that work 14-year-old, 15, 16, 17, less than 18, they don't pay into this because they're still young. We consider them as working, maybe holiday job or little jobs. So that is that. So some of these that we now need to know are the fact that apart from all these taxes that are being deducted, as the government deducts them, they give back to us. Part of it is the GST, which I explained earlier. The next one is what we called Canada Child Benefits. All of us contribute this tax, but those of us that have little kids, under 18, you can collect the Canada Child Benefits on them. It's given by the government to eligible families to help them with the cost of raising their children up to 18. So after 18, government doesn't give that tax to anybody again. Then we also have other benefits that you can claim from government. We have disability tax credit. We have Canada Workers Benefit. We have child disability. We have Canada Caregiver Credit, Canada Training Credit, home accessibility tax credits, and children's special allowances credits. A lot of them, I've just mentioned some. The disability tax credit is given when you have a child that is disabled. A family came from Nigeria to Canada. The moment they came, the government started to take care of them. Why? Because all the children they had were albinos. They were albinos. Now, these people didn't know anything. They just came. They came. They didn't know the plan that the government has for them. But when they came and they entered the country, immediately they marked them and said, these children are disabled. And the government gave them house, they gave them everything. And the children now called their parents and said, what's happening? Why are they doing all this? Why are they doing all this for us? It is because they have disabled children. And not only that, every time in their tax filing, they have to report it that we have disabled children. They first of all declare those children that we're responsible for them. Then they now say again that they are disabled. Now all this means that from the tax that they have paid to the government will now take some and give it back to them. That's why at the time of filing tax, you have what they call tax refund. Some people get tax refund, some don't get. So there are many areas where you can get all these refunds. You have the Canada Workers Benefit, that is, if your income is low, your income is so low that the government can't even take tax from you. Instead of taking tax from you, they are going to give you some of the tax that they have taken from some other people and say, you take this. Child disability, caregiver, and for those who are in school, you also enjoy tax. You enjoy some tax credits because you pay school fees. When you pay your school fees, for those of us that have our children in school now, in university, you know, the CRA is taking note of their school fees as long as they file their tax. That's why it's very important in this country that you file your tax. You don't have anything to lose. Rather, you have a lot to gain. When you file your tax, even if you have no income, you make sure you file the tax. And while you are filing it, for those who go to school, put the amount of school fees, put it there. They will be keeping it for you until the time when you start work. By the time you start work and they have deducted your tax, you can say, for 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I paid this amount as school fees. That will help you so that your tax will reduce. And whatever tax you have paid, then it's refunded to you. Also, you have this opportunity that even though you as a student, you don't have a job you are doing, you have some amount of your tax that you can transfer to your parents. I mean, some of the tuition fees that you have paid, you can transfer some to your parents and say, Daddy, Mommy, claim this from your tax. So instead of you wasting all that credit, you can pass it to your parents. You can pass it even to your grandparents, and that will reduce the tax that they're going to pay. Now, I want to encourage us, whenever we have opportunity to file our tax, let's make sure that we get all our documents ready. Let all your documents be ready. What are the documents? You have your T4. The T4 is that slip that your employer gives to you to tell you how much they paid to you from January to December. It will show all the details of your pay. Some of us also have other forms, like T5 in some cases, some T4A, whatever you have that has to do with tax, make sure you have them and you use them during the time of filing your tax. These are some of the things that make the tax that we pay to reduce. For those who volunteer as firefighters, have you ever noticed that in the fire brigade offices, I don't know them here, I don't know where they are. I think there is one around us here. There's one here. Now, if you go there anytime, hardly will you find 3 people working. Hardly will you find 3 people in that place. The reason is because most of the people they use are volunteers. They have permanent staff, but they are few. But they make use of volunteers, firefighters. Now, these volunteers, the government reduces their tax as a result of joining that group. So whenever there is fire somewhere, they just call the volunteers, and wherever they are, they rush down. They go and join them to do the work. And we thank God here, not so many firefighting is happening. But for the fact that you have your name on their list, whenever you file your tax, you can always tell them, I'm a firefighter. And all the tax you have paid, there is going to be a reduction. So the government is going to pay you back. We also have the search and rescue volunteer. Then we have the clergy. And then we have the tuition credits. And then we have the gift or donation to charities. There is a credit for donation that we give to charity. There is a credit for donation that we give to political parties. All these reduce our tax. They reduce the tax. So what is happening is that government believes that the net income you receive, that is after they have deducted the tax, that's your net income. They deduct tax, they deduct CPP, they deduct EI, and some other deductions that may be peculiar to you. After removing them, government believes that the money you give to charity should not have been taxed, but it has been taxed. So what they do is that they will take the tax on it. There is a credit they give for that, for the amount that you give to charity or to political party. They will take that money and return it to you. That's why you have tax refund. Also, whatever you spend on medical expenses is tax deductible. Your moving expenses, you move from one house to another and you paid money to do the moving. You have the right to claim it in your tax. For those of you that work from home, you have home office expenses. You can claim them when you are filing your tax. And you have family, child caregiver, you have those credits. Then we have the pension and savings plan deduction. There are some of us where we work, we have pension plans. It's not all organizations that have this pension plan. But if you have the pension plan in your place of work, there is an opportunity for you to make some tax savings as a result of the money you are contributing. Government doesn't expect you to save for the future after they have taxed you. But that is what is really happening. They take their tax and you still contribute some money for the future. So that money you're contributing for the future, the government wants to return the tax on it back to you. I would like to talk about RPP, which is Registered Pension Plan. Registered pension plan is very, very important. That's the pension plan that is organized in places of work. Like I said earlier, it's not all organizations that do it. If you are lucky to work in a place like that, your employer is contributing a percentage of your income for you. And you also, you are expected to contribute the same percentage, minimum. Let me give my office as an example. In my own office, my employer contributes 4% of my income to registered pension plan on my behalf. I'm allowed to also contribute 4%. And if I like, I can contribute as much as additional 10%, making 14. The total should not exceed 18. So what I do as a person, I contribute my 4% and I take extra. So I contribute 14%. My employer contributes 4% towards my pension every year. Every pay that I receive. What is the pension plan for? It's towards retirement. So that after retirement, you have something to fall on. When you stop working, you'll be receiving your pension from that. And then we also have the popular RRSP. I believe all of us here, you must have heard of Registered Retirement Savings Plan, RRSP. This RRSP is done by individuals. You can go to your bank and say you want to do an RRSP. Some financial institutions, they go about, some insurance companies, they go about talking to you and tell you, let's do RRSP for you, this and that. So you contribute money on a monthly basis. They invest it for you. The interest belongs to you. Everything belongs to you. So at the end, you can fall on it and enjoy your money. And if you like, before retirement, you may decide and say, look, I want to take my money back. They'll give you your money back, but unfortunately, you have to pay tax to the government on it. Then we have what we call TFSA, tax-free savings account. Many of us must have heard about this. Maybe you go to the bank tells you you can do tax-free savings. Just as the name implies, the tax, when you are saving into that account, they invest your money and they give you the returns, even though the return is slow. That return is free of tax. The government is not going to tax it. That's why they call it tax-free savings account. So it's good for every one of us, to initiate this with the bank. And every year, when they give you your notice of assessment, after you file your tax, they send a notice of assessment to you. You can see the room that you have. A lot of us, the room they have given us, we have not even used 1/10 of it. You may have a room up to 40, 50,000 that you can keep in tax-free savings. That is very good. If you have that type of room, please make use of it. It's just a way for you to keep your money for the future. and the money is not wasted. Finally, I would like to talk to us about what we call Registered Education Savings Plan. Registered Education Savings Plan, RESP, is for our children. It's a savings plan for the children. You have a subscriber. You are the person that will be subscribing into that account. You can subscribe to it every month. Pay some amount into it every month. The beneficiary are your children. You can do it in the name of your children, that when they get to higher institution, they can start to use this money for their school fees instead of going to the government for loan. A lot of people are still having that loan on their head till today. A lot of people that are working. And the government gives like, is it more than 10 years? They just give you room for it. You can pay it little by little. And so a lot of our young people are still in debt till today because of the loan that they have taken from government to go to school. But in order to help our children that are young, let's start this RESP on their behalf. If it's just $100 you can put there in a month, put it there. Let the money go into that account. Let me tell you, the government, the Canada Education Savings Grant is available for that account. The Canada Education Savings Plan gives some money into that account for you. As you are contributing, the government is contributing into it. They invest that money, other things are coming in. Even in your province, the province also joins in doing this. So, for those of us that have kids, young kids, let's plan this for them. Just go to a bank that is organizing this. Any of the bank, ask them about RESP. If they tell you that they are into it, then you're lucky. You can just open it. The only thing is that you cannot withdraw from that account until when those children are in school. And when they get to school, you will bring a bill that this is the bill for my son A. This is the bill. And they will transfer the money into your account to go and pay the school fees. So these are just the things that I plan to share with us. This RESP is very important for our children. And I'm going to round up here. Like I said, I'm going to try my best and put these things together and send it to Dr. Benga. I don't know if we have questions on what I have shared, so we can take time to quickly answer them. Yes?
What you've shared, does it apply to, say, self-employed people and contractors? So like the deductions and taxing and benefits that you just shared with us, like does this apply into like contractors and people that are self-employed?
If you are self-employed, your tax is a little different, but it's still the same rate. If you are self-employed, you have to call the CRA. You have to call them. They will make you pay for your CPP. They will tell you how much you're going to pay. You pay for your CPP. If you want your job insured, that's when you do the EI, employment insurance. That is not, if you have any issue with your job, it's your job. You are self-employed. But the tax, you have to pay your tax. You have to pay tax to the government. You have to declare your income. Declare your income, the tax is calculated and you pay. But my advice is that if you are self-employed, open an account with the CRA and make your tax payments on regular basis, maybe every month. Maybe you decide, okay, like I'll be paying 300, 500 into that account, so that at the end of the year, you already have some amount that you have paid. So when they calculate your tax, they will compare what your tax is supposed to be with what you have paid. If you have paid excess, they return it to you. If you haven't paid enough, they ask you to pay it. But it will not be good if you don't have anything and then they just ask you, your tax this year is $14,000. You are running around to look for that much to pay to the government. And the government is so strict that from the end of April, after you file your tax, if they say it's $14,000 that you're supposed to have paid to the government and you haven't paid anything, they start charging interest until you pay the money. It will start increasing. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have two questions, and one of them is, for those people that earn so low that they don't pay tax,
Yeah.
when they go to volunteer, like in fire services,
Yeah.
is the government going to save that as a credit for them?
It's a
for
credit.
the future?
Yes.
Okay. The last one is, I'm sure for some of us that might be here that don't have kids yet, can you start paying RESP for them let me not say for them, but can you start,
No.
Okay.
No. No. When you go and open the RESP, they will ask for the SIN of the child. So if you have your child by faith, you have the name by faith, everything by faith, you can't have SIN by faith. Yes.
Okay. Self-employment. Is there anything bad if I decide to opt out of CPPEI? Because I know that I will probably never collect. Can I just keep my money? Is there like a repercussion for that? Because I have 3 kids, but I really haven't gone for any of the EIs, and they keep deducting it every single month. So I don't know. Even when I was not self-employed, so if you're not self-employed, can you also be like, okay, I want to be EI or CPP free? Well, I guess CPP, no, but EI portion, that's...
The EI, I said it earlier, the EI is an insurance. You're not going to make any claim if anything happens to your job. Your business, I don't pray that anything bad happens to your business. If anything happens, you're not going to lay any claim. You're not going to call the Service Canada that something happened and I'm not working, they will ask you, you're not paying EI. And since you're not paying it, you don't have a right. It's like you're not paying to SGI. And you are now saying that you had an accident. You're reporting to SGI. They will say, we don't know you. We don't have your record. And for CPP, whatever CPP you pay to the government, it's towards your future pension. Canada Pension Plan, that's the name. So it's when you retire, you fall into it. They'll look at it. They'll look at your income. They'll look at everything. You know, there are some things we take for granted. We feel the government doesn't know. They have a lot of record in this country. They will tell you. That's why that SIN is very important. With your SIN, they can trace you anywhere. They can go to your bank and know how much you have there.
Okay. My other question. So last year's taxes, I had particular employment say they amount,
Yeah.
but they paid me a amount. Ignored it, but because I reached out to them and they never responded. But is there a way to dispute that with the government? Like, I've reached out to the employer, but they're not doing anything. So, like, to do anything in that regard, have all my...
The CRA knows how much they pay you. And the way they know it is what your employer reports to them. So if your employer says, we paid you X amount, and you are saying they pay you B amount, you will have to prove it to them. You will have to prove it to CRA that this is what they actually paid. It is what they submit to CRA that the CRA is going to rely on.
So then you have to open a dispute to refile that tax, particular tax.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
And just for your benefit, because I remember back in the days when I was new in Canada, I made that same situation happen to me. Got my T4, and it looked like my employer reported more than they paid. So as a Nigerian, and I went and I asked them, explained to me that some of the benefits you were giving, you were paying for your life insurance, you were paying for those things are actually taxes. So though that might be why they reported more than what they paid you, maybe.
Well, the area of benefits, you know, it's not the benefits they give you in your place of work. Some are taxable. Now, those benefits, there is a portion where they put it in your T4. It's not added to your income. The income they pay will show as, oh, this guy, we paid him $80-something thousand in the year. And somewhere below, you will see, we also paid some benefit of so amount. All of them are going to be taxed at the end. But they make sure they separate them so that there is no confusion. So the one that they did to you is the income that is what they paid to you, your net pay that you received. It has been inflated. And you keep fighting it until everything is done. Then you get your money back from CRA. All right.
People that does online business, let's say Bitcoins and those sort of things, do you declare that also as, and content creation for sure. do you declare that as an income, or do you, I mean, CRS, they will always have a way to your finance. So what are your take on that, sir?
Every income you earn is supposed to be declared. Now, for those who do online business, like those Bitcoin, they will ask you, do you file your tax? Because they will give you a report of everything. They will send it to CRA. Those things will be sent to CRA. The type of business you can do that may not necessarily be known, that the government may not know, is for those of us that give, you give out you do Airbnb. The Airbnb, if you don't tell them, they may not know. But if the Airbnb sends any information to them, then you are exposed.
Can I just say something? Well, as somebody that was visited by CRA recently, I can say that it's not a fun experience because they actually asked me to provide they told me to log into my bank account and then printed all the statements. In fact, the lady said, I brought my own printer. So they did not let me use my printer. I logged in, they printed everything, and she's looking like all the people that I'm sending money. So this person is not on your payroll. Who is this? So even under the table was a problem because everybody that you pay had to be accounted for. So honestly, I don't think there's a hiding way from CRE.
There is none. If you may be lucky, some people, like my wife was saying, she has a barber that cuts her hair. That one will always say, give me cash.
But they also ask for my cash ledger, you take money to the bank.
Well, I don't know how they're going to do it. Now, any income, apart from all these, there are some incomes that we receive that we think is not known. For instance, you come to church, you minister, the church gives you honorarium, and you think it's gone. At the end of the year, the church is going to prepare what we call T4A. Send it to the CRA. So the CRA is waiting for you and say, church ABC gave you some money.
Hallelujah. A round of applause. Amen. I believe we've learned a few things about taxation. Some of the things that many of us did not know. I think a take-home message is you can run or you cannot hide. Amen. Pastor is always with us. You can always reach out to him when we have questions. I like that we're generating a lot of questions. Some of us have experiences that we can share. And I really encourage you that we share with one another. When you have questions, please find the right information. We're going to be turning it over and moving things forward. I know Pastor said a lot of things about insurance and the different types of insurance. So our next speaker would be helping us to demystify some of the questions that we might have regarding insurance. And he's somebody with a very strong background in international business, technology, and he has some very practical insights to financial planning and also risk-taking and, how you can make decisions for long-term financial security. With no further ado, I'd like to welcome to the podium Mr. Brendan Ezeanowi. A round of applause as he comes here.
Good morning, everybody. I want to first of all appreciate the Zonal Pastor. Thank you, sir. We are in your midst. And I want to thank the leadership of the youth for this opportunity to speak to us about one of those things that we don't like to hear as Nigerians, where we come from. I want to appreciate our fellow presenters. Like Dr. Benga said when he was speaking, that there's an expectation. We're all expectant. I've learned a lot so far, and I believe that we all have also learned a lot. We've come here, we've sat down. Let's make sure we go back home with something. That's why we're here today. It's not just a regular gathering. It's a special one that God has designed and prepared for us to all tap from. And I pray that we'll all go home with something so that we can not just grow, we will thrive. In Jesus' name, amen. My name is Brendan Ezeanowi. An independent financial advisor. I've been holding a license for advising on investment and finance since 2014. Back in Nigeria, I did investment banking, so finances and insurance. They are passionate. I'm passionate about that. I also work for a tech manufacturing company here in Saskatoon as their director of international business. So today we'll just be looking at life insurance, what it is, what is insurance in the first place, what it is, how do we take opportunity, how do we get well positioned. Oxford Dictionary, let's look at that. It says a practice or arrangement by which a company, a government agency provides a guarantee. So that word is highlighted. They give you a guarantee for what? For a premium. So you pay them something, a premium, and then you're guaranteed a certain amount of money. There are some conditions, of course, surrounding all of this. So that's why when they give you your insurance, or when you're discussing about insurance or life insurance, please pay attention to the fine print. We don't like to read that. I'm also guilty of that, but it's important to read so you understand, because most people have contributed to insurance, life insurance or whatever. When time comes for them to now benefit from it, they were told, sorry, you don't qualify. And then they yell, they shout, I am paying for it. And then they will go to the paper and they will show you one line that clearly shows that you're not qualified. So it's important that you're going to be paying for this all your life. You make sure you know you're qualified for it. If you're not qualified, don't pay. Look for what you're qualified for. And now, if you look at the Consumer Finance, is a blog that you can go and get information on finance. It says it's a way to manage risk. And as we go forward, we'll see what is the risk about, right? Manage your risk when you buy an insurance. What you're buying is a protection. Pastor was talking about the EI. You're protecting the fact that you have an employment, so that in the event that something happens, which always happen, and we don't know when it's going to happen, you might think that you're working for the best employer in the world when you're working for Google. They laid off 30,000 people not long ago. So you better be paying EI because you don't know when it's going to happen, so that when it happens, you have something to fall back on. It's very critical. Now, we don't like to pay it, but it's good for you. I think that's the message. It's there to protect you. So take advantage of it. Don't run away from it. People say, but well, I don't earn enough money. I don't even earn enough to take care of my bills. If something happens to that little that you have nothing completely. So I pray we'll learn from this to take advantage of that. It pays you when something unexpected happens. Let's go to the next slide. Then I just talked about insurance in general. Now we're going to life insurance, and that's the message for today. Life insurance. What exactly is it? Income protection and risk management tool. So it's a tool that you use to protect your income and manage the risk that happens around your life, your income. And because you have responsibilities, your kids, your family, your relatives, your dependent parents, they depend on your money. It's important that you protect it so that if something happens to you in terms of death or accident, that they are not left empty. Or, which happens most of the times, they are now left to change, to alter their lifestyle. So a child is going to school, going to good school, and then the father dies. There is no money. Of course, here we know the government helps, right? And there's no money. They'll have to change from the school that have been the dream of their life because there's no more money to pay for the tuition and boarding, and then they will forced to go to a government school, or they have to sell their house and now go and rent somewhere. Those things alter standard of living as a result of loss of income. So it's important that we do something to show that love and care to the people that are dependent on us. And it provides you financial certainty. Again, when something happens. And I want to let us know that unlike, for example, in that last one, it says, unlike investments, life insurance offers certainty with a guaranteed payout exactly when it is needed most. We don't know when we're going to need it most, right? At its core, life insurance is income protection. It is not an investment. I want to stress on this. Because I can tell you maybe over 200 people have told me, but if I'm paying this, if I pay this for 20 years, what do I get? You don't want the answer, because the answer is till you die. If you say, what do you get? I'm like, well, you have to die for that insurance to pay out something. That's what life insurance is. It protects, it pays when something happens to your life. Now, there's a component, of course, that you can activate if someone is declared to be disabled and terminally ill. Not even disabled, terminally ill. And the doctors has adjudged that death will occur as a result of that in the nearest future. Somebody can access that face amount up to 40% of that. And the goal is that they can use that to go to a specialist hospital or take some advantage of, new medications or research to see if they can cure whatever that is that's happening to them. But then it's not an investment. It's not like you put money to it and then it grows. Again, there are abiding principles and there are local circumstances. So today we're going to be focusing on what is the policy and the principle of life insurance. There are many other things around that. We can talk for like a week, but we're going to just keep it brief and focus on that. If you have further questions, we can deal with that later. And then when we talk about life insurance, people feel you're predicting they are going to die. They get angry sometimes. I remember I went into a family at some point in Saskatoon. They have insurance, but I was talking to them about taking the child rider. So child rider is if anything happens to you or your kid. And then the woman, like, God forbid, and she was saying all kinds of things. I'm from Nigeria. I clearly understand what she was saying because we don't want to bury our child. Nobody wants to bury his or her child. But do children die? They do. And in this part of the world, if they do, they pay a lot of money to honestly do whatever is necessary for the disease. So those things are important. We don't want it, but again, insurance is what it is. We have to do what we can. Take a look at that slide. The importance of life insurance. How much is your car worth? Range Rover, whatever it is. What's the most expensive car? The government is forcing you to take an insurance. They make it compulsory. It's mandatory you take an insurance. If you're driving your car without an insurance, you're breaking the law. And your house, too. And why do they do that? Because they know that if you're driving on the road, you're a risk to the society. You can hit somebody, you can hit the pole, you can hit, right? So the government is making sure that they protect that society, that external environment. And then your house you live in, mostly is owned by, you're living in it, but it's owned by the lender, the banks, right? And then they make it mandatory you have a home insurance on that. Are those worth more than your life? But we find it very difficult to buy life insurance. In Nigeria, we all know life insurance is not a big, because when I first joined, it's like, let's eat first before we talk about insurance. But in the grand scheme of things, they are all important. And as you plan your future, you build your financial house, okay? So you have your savings, your retirement savings, you have your money for vacations, you're going to buy a house, and this time, insurance should be at the core of that, should be the foundation of your financial house. Because everything else you're doing is going to be dependent on your income. And if that income is not there as a result of that, everything crumbles. So it's important to make sure you have it as much as possible. Take a look at this. One more click. So this is a husband and wife with their little beautiful daughter. They are making $3,500 each a month. And as normal, as regular it is, their income is matched with their monthly expenses. Sometimes what we see, the number on the right-hand side is higher than the left-hand side, unfortunately. One more click. What happened here now? The husband is gone. I remember somebody asked me sometime, but why is it the men that will go first? It is what it is. Now, so the husband is gone. So that means $3,500 is gone. Now, there is the agony, there is the sorrow, and all of that the husband is gone. But then the $3,500 is also gone for the month. Now, what happens on the right-hand side? How much of that do we think that will be gone from the husband also leaving? Anybody can suggest? Part of everything. Sorry? The bills will remain. Yes. Yes, so some cases, that 7,000 increases in some cases. And then if it doesn't, it means the standard of living will also go very low, right? So they have to either sell their car or sell their husband's car, or they sell their house and move into an apartment. Things will have to go down. But that's not what God wants for his children. We're all children of God, right? So what do we need to do to make sure that if this happens, that not only that we are grieving for the dead, that at least we don't also worry about money, is by having life insurance. So whatever they tell you, whether you do it or not, please just try to make informed decision. And we know that we don't make more income. Somebody says, but I don't make enough to pay for life insurance. The answer is always look for ways to make more money, because there's no way to say to leave it before. I tell you a story that happened, not to me, but to a friend of mine, his cousin in Toronto. So he came to Canada, signed up, of course, to becoming an independent financial advisor, offering investments and insurance. So his sister also they were living in Mississauga. The husband was rich, so rich. So he was talking to the family to buy life insurance through him. And you can imagine he's passionate about it because he joined the business. The husband was like, yeah, they have money. Like every year they go to vacation, like a different country, like the wealthy, you use the word. So at some point, they were planning to go on vacation, and the husband agreed. So he told the wife to tell his brother that when they come back from the vacation, they will sign up, they will buy the life insurance. They went for that vacation. The husband did not come back. Did not come back. Now, he has some certain insurance from his work. He has a business. He also has a place he was consulting. It wasn't enough. It didn't even scratch their bill. And the wife wasn't working at the time. You think the government cares? The government doesn't care. They can only give you those benefits that Pastor just told us here if you qualify. If the wife qualifies for them, of course, their income will reduce going forward, so they will get some benefits. But as per maintaining their lifestyle, no, that was it. And do you want to know the truth? That was it till today. So think about the future of those children, what it would have been if they had the opportunity to go to the school that they wanted. They would have gone if there was money. Now they were forced to make do with what's available from the government grants and benefits. So that was, to a large extent, a destiny altar. Right? It was altered. And do you know what the wife was saying? The wife was very angry with her brother. What was she saying? That he would have forced the husband early enough. So maybe this is the chance we have, right? Just you think the husband would have, yeah. It was a very painful experience. But this story to me was one of those shockers that came. And sometimes you do what you need to do. Maybe this is your opportunity to, as we grow, let's make sure that we do those things that we're supposed to do. Now, these are the things that life insurance will help you, right, to cover your debt. So debt to responsibility after we are passed away. If you're owing the bank and there is this loan and student loan, when someone dies, those debts don't go away. I hope we know that. Somebody has to pay for those debts you're owing. They don't just disappear. So as Christians, we are supposed to leave inheritance for our children. Is that correct? We must not leave debt for them. So let's make sure we have we protect our life and our income so that when death comes, which we all know is inevitable, so that we don't leave those horrible baggage behind. Let's go to the next slide. This is just pretty straightforward. Now, when life insurance matters most and when it matters less, okay? So we're getting a bit more technical now into this. When does it matter most and when does it matter less? When you are, as a young family, most of us here are young by age or young at heart. When we have young families, we have high expenses, that's high expenditure with limited savings. You have your car debts, your mortgage, your student loan, all of those. And most of those debts are necessary. You have to go to school here, take a student loan because you need to upgrade yourself. Of course, we need to live in a good house. We need to ride a car. Yeah. So you take those debts and you're low in your savings, then you need an income protection. If you're a single income, right, we showed the 3,500 times 2. If it's a single income, it's only one income coming in. So if anything happens to that, right, the repercussion becomes magnified. When you believe there's going to be an impact on your family when something happens to you, your children, right? When you have a high level of dependence on your income, then you need to do something about that. Next slide. Then take a look at this slide. What is showing you that is, as human beings, we basically have two major problems. Of course, major problems in different contexts, but in this context, two. We die too soon, or we live too long. We die too soon, or we live too long. And it's called a theory of decreasing responsibilities. So when we die, when we are too young, we don't have a lot of money saved. And you take a look at everything on your right hand, on that today. You have young children, a high debt, you have a mortgage. A loss of income will be devastating. So you need to protect your income. You need income protection. And then on the right-hand side, when you live too long, you better have some money saved. Now, we're talking about when does life insurance matter most and when does it matter less. When you're too young, you're still growing, you're still building wealth. Because remember, insurance is not investment. And I tell you, as much as insurance is important, investment, honestly, is more important. It's very, very important. Because insurance can only pay you when something happens. Just like you're paying SGI every month. This is how many years I've been driving. I've not claimed one. But you have to pay it every month. But when something happens once, you see the value of it. Right? Then when it comes to investment, you're putting money into an insurance, you're paying the premium. If you don't have investment, what happens when you need money? Where do you get it from? You can never be wealthy. You as a person can never be wealthy if you don't invest. So investment is very, very critical. Insurance now protects that for your dependents, not for you as a person. Now, if you look at on the right-hand side, when it matters less, okay? You have your children all grown, you've lowered your debt or you've paid it off, you've paid your mortgage, you're retired, you have less need for money at that point in time. At that point in time, you don't need to be spending a lot of money paying for insurance. What you need then is investment. You need money to spend, not just be paying for a premium. Of course, you can have, what I'm saying, you don't need to spend too much. There's a debate whether, what would you have, what type of insurance. That's not what we're discussing today. We're talking about what insurance is and when does it matter most for you as a person and how much should you allocate to resources to make sure that your income is protected. Next slide. When it matters less, because there's actually when it matters less. Why do I say that? We talked about the EI that Pastor mentioned, that protects your income. If you don't have a job, does EI make any meaning to you? Yeah. So as much as it's important, there's a time that insurance matters less. Those without dependents or significant debts may require less insurance coverage. We didn't say not at all, less of it. Right? So instead of spending a lot of money in insurance, have small of it, invest, put your money in investment so that you can build wealth. Those are your dependents. One of my customers is a white man. I don't know, back in the days, when I was, it was long ago, we went to his house and he was able to give us the opportunity to manage his funds. It was about over $1 million then. He had about $2.8 million saved, like invested, but he was still paying $300 in insurance. And then after a while, I told him to be very honest, from the principle of it, you don't need to be paying this money. Because you have enough to give to your family when you pass away. So instead of paying an insurance company $300 every month, put it into your investment. Let it continue to grow. And then I remember then it was a relative, of course, that sold the insurance to him. And then he told me that look at what he heard from. I'm like, we can sit down and chat about that. So we all sat down and chat about it. And we discussed it. I mean, what is insurance to the point of it? He has $2.8 million. He's still making income. Why does he give? Why does he need to enrich another company for $300 every month by insurance? He doesn't need that. So what he did was he now opened, because he always maximizes his RRSP and all that. He opened the cash account and he's putting that money in and it's growing for him. So there's actually a time you don't need, as much as we say is important, if you have money saved and wealth built enough, instead of paying the money, save it for yourself. If you're financially independent, financial independence means that the time that as the kind of money you can have saved, build up, that if anything happens to you, if you decide today to stop working, that you have money saved that will maintain your lifestyle till your age. So we used to call it financial independence number. If you have your FIN number achieved, you've hit your target. One of my colleagues that we work today, he's planning for retirement end of the year. He's gone to meet his banks. He has consolidated all his finances, and they've told him you can pull the plug today. What that means is if he decides to stop work today, that means all his plans, because to work that out, you have to detect how much do you want to be making a month, right? What are your expenses? What are your dreams and goals for today up until at least you have to use a year when you're 80 or 90. And then they work backwards using that number to give you what you need to be making a month to be able to maintain that lifestyle. So for him that he can pull the plug means he has that money saved. And I look at him like, I wish I'm you, because, yes, he was born here, the wife was born here. So they started like maximizing their RRSP and RDSP way early enough, very frugal in saving. And to be honest, he is 59, so he'll be 60. He wanted to retire when he's 60. He has told the company he'll be leaving at 60, and I'm like, I really wish somebody can tell me I can pull the plug. So when you have less dependence, when you're financially independent, and the third one here is focus on the impact, not on age. Don't worry about your age. You can retire at age 40, right? When you think about your need for life insurance, focus on the impact. And what does that mean? You're insuring your life against what? Some people buy life insurance as a means of creating wealth. Yes and no, depending on what you think about it. Right? So you want to buy life insurance, who is dependent on you? If you die tomorrow or today, how much will be missing from your life and your family? Now remember, not only the income you're bringing today, but how long you're going to bring that. If kids are going to go to school, how much will that be till they are dependent? So once you run that, they typically say about 10 to 15% of your income is what you have. Now there are numbers, but make sure you run the numbers, you have your numbers. You don't just say, sign me up or send me this amount. Make sure you know the numbers. Even if today you know the numbers and you're not able to pay for all of it, at least you know you should be covered for like maybe 500,000, for example. If you can afford 500,000 today, it's important for you to know it's 500,000. But today you can only afford 200,000. And then when your income changes, you can always make sure you upgrade. But know your numbers. It's very, very important. Knowledge is power. Next slide. And there are some of us here that are also business owners, right? So one of the reasons you buy life insurance is if you have a business and your family, of course, that's your income as well. Or you have your business is partnership. If something happens to one partner, the business might be impacted. Let's say we have a business and then there's an accountant and there is medical doctor or whatever it is, a doctor and a pharmacist. If one of them dies, that part of the business may be impacted. So you can use life insurance to make sure that that income is protected. So partners typically do take such insurance to help protect themselves and prevent that, what they call financial cascades. Don't pass down debts to a generation. The story I told you about my friend's cousin in Ontario, till today they are still in that situation, and sometimes I think if the man was still alive or is still alive, how will the kids be? Maybe they will be going to Ivy League school. They might be going to Harvard school because they are very brilliant children. But today, no. So generation has been altered. Something has happened there, right? So we have to make sure that those things doesn't really happen like that. One more slide. Sorry, next slide. And then we have the one question test. Evaluating life insurance need. Ask, who would face financial hardship if you die tomorrow? You need to answer that question to determine the need for you. If something happens to your life, who will be impacted financially? Who is that person or who are they? And then, to what degree? Calculate that, monetize those, use that to figure out your need for insurance. Final tips. Don't spend too much on life insurance, because it's not an investment. Sometimes you ask people, how much do you want? They say, sign me up for $2 million, but you're earning 100,000. So, but it simply tells you they don't understand what life insurance is. So you first educate and explain to them that you really don't need to be spending that amount, right? In their mind, they are building, I get the point, but knowledge is power, right? If you're a medical doctor or a high earner, yeah, of course, 5 million, of course, 2 million, whatever. But again, do the math. If you're earning 100,000, remember, and then if you die, how much of financial impact would your family face? 100,000 income a year times 10 years. How much would that be? So don't pay too much so you can invest. Savings and investment, very important. Ensure you clearly indicate your beneficiaries and let them know you have income protection. There was a recent incident just here in Musjo. Someone died, has a life insurance. The wife didn't know. The children didn't know he has life insurance. And it was more than 6 weeks or so before someone came back from vacation and then was telling the wife. I remember there was a day an agent was talking to my husband, your husband and myself, because they both worked together. And they talked about insurance. Can you check if your husband actually did that? This was like last year, 2025. And then they start asking questions, they contacted this person. Eventually, the husband has an insurance, $600,000. They went and made a claim. In 1 month, they have $600,000 in their account. So now, there are some insurance companies which they should be doing. There's a database in Canada that have the names of people that are dead, okay? So most insurance companies goes to that database at the end of every year and check to see if their client's name appeared there. So if let's say they go there, they see that 20 of their clients appear there. They will check, has those claims been made, right? Now, that may happen to demand, but I tell you from statistics, majority of them don't do that. They should be doing that, but they don't do that. So in this case, if that woman didn't go or didn't suggest that to her friend that lost her husband, and if the insurance company did not at the end of the year do anything, the man will have 600,000, but the family will be suffering. So please, let's share information. Let's share information with your family. Let them know protection you have. Let them know where the documents, where they can find it. You have to have a beneficiary. Who should that go to? If you don't have a beneficiary, what happens? Who can tell us what will happen? It goes to the estate. And once it goes to the estate, the process is from here to Jericho. And there is nothing you can do. It has to follow the process. If once it gets to a state, it has to follow the process. It takes time. It costs money. But once you have a named beneficiary in your insurance, it goes straight to that person, tax-free. So it is important that we name beneficiaries and let our families know what we did. Establish a will. Most of us don't have will. I don't want to ask the question because most of us don't. Most of us, where we come from, don't. But after today, try to have a will. It's important. It's important. Protect your home, protect your family. There are some families today that are in perpetual war because there was no decision by somebody on who gets what. There is war, even when there is still will. You can imagine if there is no will. Yeah. So please, but those ones that have what? The ones that have too much. But for us that don't have enough, the little we have, let's plan for it. Don't say it doesn't matter, because that's what we usually say. Yeah, wait till I get, my brother, my sister, establish a will. And then, your insurance, your investment, whatever you have, review them regularly, once in a while, because life changes. Today you have a job, tomorrow you are in a different job, your income has increased, something has changed, insurance company has changed, whatever it is. Make sure you review your situations regularly as life changes. I think that's all I have for today. I try to keep it simple. Yes, sir, please.
You mentioned that later years, we don't pay much on insurance. That we don't have to pay much in the latter years. Talking about when insurance matters and when it doesn't matter.
Yes, sir.
So I need more explanation on that. That in the later years, maybe in retirement time, we don't pay so much on insurance.
So, as a guiding, as a rule of thumb, as a guiding principle, when we're young, we have all kind of debts. There's a need for income protection more. And because at that point in time, we're young, we haven't have money saved. We don't have enough investment saved. Our RSP is still scanty. TFSA, a few couple bucks inside it. Now, we're supposed to be financially disciplined. As we work every year, we invest. Okay? So when we're younger, when we have those high debts and low savings, we structure our insurance in a way that is heavier. So the payout is heavier when we are younger. And then you negotiate your way. As you go up, we're talking about the savings and investment, you go up, you're saving more. So when you're going closer to retirement, you would have saved a lot of money. Kids would have grown up. Mortgage would have been paid. So need financial dependence on us reduces. Remember, we are protecting our lives. So what is the value of my life to my children? Well, my mortgage is paid, so they can have my house. They don't have to pay mortgage on it, for example. My kids are grown up. They've gone to school. They're now making their own money, so they don't have to depend on me much. Now, what is insurance? Paying to protect my life, my income. Because I have all of these all ticked, that need for insurance has reduced. So if I'm paying, for example, $1,000 when I was young for premium every month or every year, it should go down when I'm going high. At that age in my life, you're paying $1,000 every month. When you go higher, mortgage, when you go older, mortgage paid, children grown, debt to reduce. Instead of paying $1,000 in insurance, between $200 and $300 in insurance, and $700 goes to investments and savings. Because while we are alive, that's what we can help. Because when someone dies, you can still, your investment and savings still goes to your children. And when you are alive, you can still use it. Remember, there's that theory of decreasing responsibility, dying too soon and living too long. When we live too long, if you have $2 million in insurance and you're 89, that insurance pays you nothing. If you're paying too much money into it, it wouldn't pay you because you're still alive. So if you need money as a person, you don't get that insurance, doesn't help you. Now, there are many types of insurance, and like I said, that's not what we're going into now. That's a different kind of conversation. There are some type of insurance that you pay into that some goes to insurance, and some goes to investment and savings. I don't want to get into that. It's very complicated. There's a lot of issues around it. And what I tell people is just to Google how many of that has paid out in Canada alone or in the Western world. It will tell you the real truth. So when they say you buy insurance and then a portion of it goes to saving, a portion goes to insurance, yes. If you are not wealthy, that product is not designed for people like you and I, designed for the wealthy. So when it looks so juicy and we jump into it, let's be careful. Let's read the fine prints. Let's calibrate that every year, make sure it's still valuable for us. Because statistics doesn't lie. If you Google and see what is the percentage of Canadians that have laid claim to such insurance and they are qualified to benefit from it, it's very, very, very insignificant, sir, unfortunately. So let's do what we can control. We pay for insurance as much as we need, and then we by ourselves open our investment account and invest into that we can monitor. We can pull it when we want. Because that's type of insurance where you have savings and investment as a component. Where you want to take that investment portion or savings portion, which is your money, they give it to you as a loan that you have to pay interest on. So it doesn't make any sense. So it's advisable to keep them independent. This is your insurance, it's very clear to you, you can understand it. And this is your investment, it's clear to you, you can understand it. So that the combo doesn't confuse us when we don't understand the fine prints. Does that help, sir? Thank you. Yes?
My question is, you talked about as we age, we don't really need, not that we don't need, but we need less protection. Mm-hmm. I hear seniors, maybe people in their 80s, 85, they want to sell their life insurance. Can you speak to that? And also, I have a question for Pastor. Question, and then you can answer, and then you can take turns, sir. My question for you, Pastor, is CP, RESP, are they transferable? So if my spouse, someone's they have CPP that they've not claimed. Can the living spouse claim it? Can they claim RESP as well? And when it comes to all this CPP, RESP, I've heard people, when they take it early, they get penalized, and that's before 65. But even if you want to face that penalty, is it advisable to take it early? So my question is, can we sell our life insurance when? To speak about selling life insurance when you're older.
Yeah, so I'm sure you would have seen that on TV when they advertise it. Are you between the age X and Y, and then do you know you can sell your insurance? I'm not sure that is applicable in Canada. In the US, they have some products, they have some type of insurance. It's not even insurance that qualifies that. Some kind of insurance that as you age, you sell it. Now, what they are targeting, of course, is if there's a saving component in it, right? And there's also issues around how healthy the person is and all that. Yes, that's possible. I don't think it is operational in Canada. In US, US is a more open market. Canada has a bit more regulations. So in US, there's a whole bunch of things that you can get there. Yeah, how good or how bad they are, we leave it for them. But yeah, in Canada, I don't think so. As we grow older, the need for life insurance should get, if you want to have more, that's fine. If you can afford more, no problem. But the need should go, the need obviously becomes less, and then much of that premium we're paying, we should pay it, have it invested in an investment, and then have less go to life insurance.
All right. To that question, CPP is individual. What you contribute, you are entitled to it after retirement, when you get to the age. Some people claim it earlier, but study has shown to us that it's better for you to wait till that time when you qualify, like from 65, when you stop contributing into it, then you can start taking it. But in the area of transferring what the spouse contributed, I don't think so. That can be transferred. But one thing that is common is this: when you get to that age, there is what they call old age support. When they give you that contributed, they give you old age support. They give to your spouse at the same time. Whether the spouse is old, whether the spouse has got to that age or not. So that's the way, the area where I see the CPP being linked up to the spouse. So when you are being given old age support, when we all get there, I think it's from 65. When we get to there, like mine now, I'm supposed to be getting it. They haven't paid me because I just...
Your income is too much, sir.
Because I just turned 65 last week. So when they pay me, they will also pay my wife. Because in the form that we filled, I put my wife, put her details, everything. So they may not just, maybe they will write, I don't know. But when the money starts coming, it has to be for both of us. So it's possible that they do that for us. And I also want to say this, just to encourage every one of us about what we have come here to do today. We're trying to encourage us to save towards the future. Many of us, I told you, I'm still working. If I were in Nigeria, I would have retired 5 years ago. But I'm still working. Why? Because I know the pension that the CPP that they're going to give me here will be nothing to write home about. But for those of our children that we brought here, let's encourage them. Let's encourage the children to start making their savings. I tell you, one of my co-workers is going to retire. This guy is going to retire at the end of this month. The day he came to tell me, I was just looking at him, retiring. Asked me, how old is this guy? He's only 52. He's 52. He said he's going to retire. I said, are you going to take another job? He said, no. Are you going to set up something, because he's an IT guy? Are you going to set up a company or do something? He said, no. What are you going to do? He said, I'll be traveling around with my wife because we have worked enough. That's the way he put it. He said, we have worked enough and we have made enough savings that we keep us for the rest of our lives. I was just looking at him as if I've never had something like that before. So let's encourage our children to plan ahead. We don't need to work the whole of our lives. We don't need to die on the job. We don't need to work up till 70, 80 and then have just few years to enjoy what we have. Let's just talk to them. I've been talking to my children. I've been talking to people that come near me that, look, make use of every opportunity you have. All these savings, all these insurance, he has already told us a lot about insurance and the fact that insurance is not investment. There are other investments that we can make. This guy that I told you about, he may not be collecting old age pension because he's only 52. I mean, old age support. He may not collect it, but there are other things that he will collect. The Red Start pension plan. He has, from where all the places where he worked, he pulled all his pensions together. So when he leaves job, he'll be collecting some money. And by the time he gets to the CPP age, also, the government will be paying the money to him. So this is very important. Let's encourage our children to save money.
Thank you, sir. Just to contribute to one thing to that question regarding the CPP, and there are some, so the CPP, of course, that's to the government that the pastor responded to. But some retirement savings that is done through work, for example, people that work with SHA, so my colleague now that I talked about that is retiring in December, the wife already retired. She worked 45 years, 35, 40 years as a nurse. She's retired. Now, she's already receiving her retirement from work. Now, if she passes away, her husband gets a portion, a lump sum, a portion of that. So there is that to do, if that's your question. Okay. Yes, sir.
I clicked on it, and I didn't know they were going to contact me. They did, and when they started asking me questions, I wasn't comfortable. So I just, anytime I see there, I already put it there, insurance duty. So when I see the phone call, I click it. So my question then is, they said, well, there are some things happening now in Canada that, everybody, you have to make the best use of it, and but that was, is this something that one should I continue, or like I've stopped?
It depends on what exactly they are telling you.
They're talking about life insurance, and they said now the government has just come out with something on life insurance that will benefit you, and that, they need to be able to listen to you and be able to tell you what kind of product you. But the question they were asking me were a bit, didn't get to volunteer such information when I don't know who.
Yeah.
Then, the government has a package which marketed.
I'm yet to see a life insurance product that the government sells. There are insurance companies all over, and most of them, of course, are sub-agencies of the government, but the government doesn't, for every insurance you pay, a portion tax goes to the government. That's how the government gets involved in it, but there is no insurance package that comes from the government. That's, they're trying to penetrate your information, sir. Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. I actually wanted to ask an advice.
Okay.
So this is for like me. I'm young, I'm single. What would you advise for like when to start life insurance? Just because you said that it's not an investment, right? It's just something that you get once you're dead. So when should we start?
Good question.
Yeah, I have another question, but yeah, with
Sure, yeah. So your question is very good, very critical, because it helps also explain other part of it. When you're too young and maybe you're still going to school, you don't have any dependent, you have no business with insurance at that
I'm
point.
done with school. I'm currently working. So
Okay, so if you're working, you're making money now. Who is dependent? If anything happens to you, we say God forbid, are there people that will be in certain level of jeopardy because of the loss of your income? Or are there people that you feel, even though they're not directly dependent on you, should get something from you?
yeah, maybe my parents for sure.
Yeah, so that's a decision you will have to make. But then, like I said, at your age, what is more important is if savings and investment. It's very more important. So insurance shouldn't be, because you're still single, there's no much commitment, you don't have a house yet, there's no mortgage, you probably don't have a car loan and all that. The need for it from what we went through is significantly less. So it's not for you yet, I would say.
Okay, so my second question is, I actually spoke to somebody about life insurance. I don't know if you know about Ivory, I think. Wait, no, so they said that you can have a life insurance and also invest. So you have like a specific amount that you can invest, and then the way they explained it was basically like you have to invest, and then like in the next 10 years you can start to withdraw from it, and you can put it, you are able to put it in whatever EFT or whatever it is that you want to invest in. And I'm like, okay, that sounds, it doesn't sound bad, because there's the investment and then there's also the life insurance. And I know that like also obviously with investment you have to put in money and then it compounds. So I'm like, oh, isn't that like a win-win situation? So what would you say in that regard?
So, yeah, this is that part I said I don't want to get into. But I think from an obligation point of view, we say the truth when we have to say the truth. Let's Google, statistics won't lie. How many of that type of insurance has actually paid out? I think that should answer your question. And the reason why I don't want to, is not a question of which life insurance company is better and which is not. But even though I don't want to get into that, truth still be told. Majority of that, there is always a story when it comes to claiming that. And let me tell you what shocked me. And this was when I was going through my training in 2014. One of the insurance documents that was placed in front of me then says, when the insured dies, the beneficiary gets either or. Either or means, so there are two things. There is the insurance component and there is the investment component. So the beneficiary gets either. So the greater of either or. What does either or means? You only take one. And then my next question was, that doesn't make sense. So who takes the other one? The insurance companies. And then my next question was, are you crazy? But it's written in the document. I'm not joking. This is not a joke. It's written there in the document. So and that's why I said read the fine print. Be very careful. And even when you want to access it, right? You want to access that. It comes to you as a loan.
Yeah, so she
you pay interest on it.
The lady actually explained like there were 3 ways that you could withdraw from it. The first one was like you would withdraw, but then you have to pay like tax or something like that. And then the one about the loan, like you would go through the bank and then something like that. I can't remember how she explained it. But then basically the way she said it was that like you would not like lobby for the money, but then you would I forget how she explained it, but something similar to a loan, but then you don't have to pay it back because you already have so much money in your investment that like, if worse come to worse, they can always take the money from that investment.
I can tell you in the last 12 years, I've gone through such policies maybe 100 times, maybe. There are about few of them, very few, minus like less than 1% that can actually go straight the way it sounds. And for those, it's meant for the world. So you have to be contributing a lot of money into it for you to be able to sustain, because that pool that you're putting that money in, there's a lot of holes. What do I mean? There's a lot of fees and taxes that is eating those your savings and investment away that you're not aware of, until at some point they call you and say, so let's say you put $100 a month every month, 60 goes to investment, 40 goes to insurance. And then what happens is, as you age, like that 60-40 ratio, that equation recalibrates. So instead of 60 going for investment, 60 is not going for insurance, 40 going to investment. And you keep continuing like that until at some point, 100 now goes to insurance. So nothing is going to investment. Sorry, you understand what I'm saying? And then at some point, for you to keep the insurance on, you need to pay more than $100 a month.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Just one more, and I promise I'm done. Sorry, please.
Because we need to carry on.
Okay.
I know it's
Can I talk to you after? Is that okay?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you.
but I have a question for an online, somebody joining online. Sorry, permit me to.
We'll take that as the last question.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it says, can you please explain the relationship between age and life insurance policy?
So insurance is a risk protection. It protects against risk. And if you look at it from the insurance company's point of view, it's a business. So they're taking a risk on your life. And as you can imagine, as you age, the probability of something happening to you increases. So the risk of them covering you begins to increase. And then once that risk is increasing, concurrently cost should increase. But the advantage we take sometimes is we lock in a certain level of time frame, right? You take insurance for a certain level of time frame whereby the premium you pay every month is locked, so is the payout amount within that time frame. So once you lock it in, as you age, it doesn't change, okay? Let's say you locked in for 50 years. You're 40, you take 50, so you pay the same amount every year until you're 90. When you're 90, if you still need that insurance, two things will happen. Let's say you're paying $100 and the payout is $500. Two options you have. You either continue to pay you either increase to keep the $500,000 and increase the $100 you're paying every month. That's an unlikely scenario. Or you reduce the $500,000 and maintain the $100,000 you're paying. So what it means is 50 years from now, that $100,000 is not able to get you the $500,000 payout again, right? So because risk, your age would have increased, maybe the person is no longer healthy as he used to be 40 or 50 years ago. So that's basically how the best rule around that area. The more we age, we get sick, the risk on our life increases, and so is cost. So how do you manage that? You take a prolonged fixed term that locks premium in for you. I'm seeing a hand from this side. Can we take one more, or are you done?
We'll have.
I just want to, she asked a question about insurance. You said something about young people, that yes, because there is nobody that will suffer as a result of our death. Now, what do you have to say in the area of critical illness? Can young people, insure themselves against that, or what's your take on it?
Thank you. So questions are actually very important because they help to unlock some areas, right? We talked about life insurance. Now there is critical insurance, there is disability insurance. If you have an employment, of course, there will be disability, like short-term disability, like long-term disability, and critical illness. Yes, you can, and we should. But the only advice I would give is, please read the fine print, sir. So they will tell you now, you insure critical illness, and then what does it insure? Stroke, diabetes, arthritis, and this. Let's say, for example, there's 10. There are conditions that you have to meet to be able to qualify, even if it is stroke. So some people
have stroke today, they have critical illness insurance, they are not able to claim it because they didn't qualify. There are lots of conditions. I did not know, but if you're in this field, sometimes you know. When they say stroke, there are different types of strokes. So which one is your insurance covering? And that's the problem, so that's the catch. You think everything stroke is the same. No. So they tell you a particular type of it, and if you're on, and that's why you have to provide doctor's report. If it doesn't align to that, they will tell you sorry, unfortunately, and you don't want to hear that after paying all your premiums.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Dr. Ezeani. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One thing I was very happy about is the level of questions and conversations that came out of the presentation. You know, he said something at the start. He said, when we want to talk about insurance, we can talk about it for the next 1 week. And we can see that that is true. I know that there are areas that were probably not covered, but these are to stimulate those thoughts in us. They are to stimulate the conversations. So they are not conversations that should end in this room, quite frankly. This is a time for us to also go seek information, talk to an accountant, talk to a specialist. There are seeds that are being sown. We need to water them, and hopefully they will bring forth the desired fruits. We started with how we access funds and how we get ourselves prepared. We scaled it up a little bit to maximizing and blocking some loopholes and how we can benefit from taxation and all that. Mr. Ezeani has really helped us and enlightened us as to protection. But there's something he kept saying: save and invest. Save and invest. Which gets us to the place where we need to grow our wealth as well. Something struck me when you spoke, sir. He said there are some type of insurance that is only beneficial if you're wealthy. So it's at that point in time we're going to be scaling things forward now. And I'm going to be inviting someone that I really respect and admire. He's a big boss to me. Highly respected family physician here in our community, doing great and mighty things. Many of us see him and we know him as a physician. But beyond that, there are so many other things that he does. He's a visionary entrepreneur. I was trying to set this man out, and the only thing I saw on Google, let me not say the only thing, one of the things was a company he had started many years ago. He's an investor. You know, he's those kind of people that are, say, I'm going to say it in Yoruba, Adake Jayi. They don't come out loud, but they are big. He's so much into real estate, but one thing I really admire about him is I see him like he has an eye for profitable investments. Without further ado, and with Jesus' joy, please help me welcome Dr. Onoshegun Owonikoko to the podium. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the tribe of Issachar for the invite. And, when we apply our hearts to wisdom, even early in life, wisdom that is not really just man wisdom, wisdom of God takes us quite far. I know that earlier on when Pastor started, and he said that, wasn't going to preach. And that's true. This is not a sermon. This is not a Sunday service. This is really a growth symposium. But this has been put in by a Christian organization, Tribe of Issachar, under the auspices of his church. And, I want to quickly say, let's go to the next slide, please. a disclaimer because you see that Rccg came here, you see Pastor came here, you see Mr. Zoe came here. All of them almost spoke within their professional capacity. I am not speaking within my professional capacity. I'm first and foremost a physician. But like I've always been, even right from very early in my own childhood, I have always allowed God to expand me and use me in all of the things that He has deposited in me. So I'm talking with these from the things that I have done, that God has given me the opportunity to do. But I'm also talking it from the things that I've learned. All of us sat down here and learned things. Learned from experts in scholarship, in academics. Learned from experts in taxation. Learned from experts in insurance. And I've sat in many, many classrooms. I've learned a great deal by hearing, by studying, and by doing. But having said that, this is not a financial advice from a professional financial advisor. So I want to make that clear. If there are things that you are taking from this, please run it by your financial advisor. Run it by your realtor. Run it by whoever that you need to run it with before you go forward. Next slide, please. So I just want to tell you this. You know, the love of money is the root of all sin. That's the love of money, not money itself. God is not against wealth. That's not what God is. God is not against wealth at all. But what God is against is wastefulness. Is thinking that the resources that God has given you should be wasted. God is against that. God is against greedy people. You know, all just for myself alone. I want to acquire the whole world in order to be able to be at the top and crush other people underneath me. God is against that. God is against unfaithfulness. He wants us to be faithful in the things that He has given us. So, He has given us the ability to make wealth. And if you are here, part of the reason is because you want to increase. So nothing at all wrong with that. Next slide, please. I want us to just take a couple of reality checks. And some of it has already been discussed earlier on. There are some people, and in fact a lot of people, they fall into this particular category on the left. And there is the other category, who are people who have the investment mindset. You know, many people will be content to work all through their life just to earn an income. Look at the example that was given earlier on. A man and his wife, $7,000. All their expense for the whole month, $7,000. That's just getting by. Just getting by. Even without the incident that happened, they will work their whole life without any extra. So, and a lot of people fall into that category. There's a recent statistics that I saw that about 60% of the people in Canada are just $500 away from crisis. 60%. That means if they don't have the ability to earn $500, the mortgage will not be paid, the car loan will not be paid. Even food at times will become a difficulty. That is something that is going on within us. And coming to places like this is meant to separate us from that. You know, you cannot spend everything that you earn. And we'll see the reason for that later on, in order for us not to be financially stressed. Investment mindset will make money for you, even while you are resting. even while you are resting, your money is making more for you. The investment is making more for you. And you own appreciating assets. And you think in the long term, not just, I want to make this, not, microwave kind of wealth. In fact, there's nothing like microwave kind of wealth. You have to think of it in a way that really, really tells you that there is an end set to this. So, it's okay for us to earn a salary. It's okay for us to take what we are doing right now. I'm not asking you to go and quit what you're doing, but take it, invest it into your tomorrow. Do you have a God-given dream that God has given you? This is about how can you get to that next level? How can you move to that next level? This saying says that wages will keep you afloat, but investment will set your sail to go on. You can float or you can sail, and those are the two differences. Someone who is just looking to be on the water, it's okay. But if you want to get across the body of water, you must be willing to invest. And that involves not only just, getting a few things. It means ownership. That is one thing that is very, very crucial for us to understand. Next slide. Now, having said that, I want you to think about things. Just run it through your mind in how your money goes. And you know what? Every one of us, we process money. But I want you to think about it, because that tells you, do you have an investment mindset, or do you have a consumerist mindset? Look at those things. Real estate. Is it that you want your house to be the biggest in the whole city? It's okay. I often will tell those who are close to me, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't womanize, my house must be good. And that's okay. Your house needs to be good. You need to be comfortable in your home. But remember this, your personal house, most of the way it's structured is an expense. We have to live somewhere. That is true. You either rent or you buy. Now, I know there are some people who have structured it in a way that a portion of their home, who maybe, Airbnb and things like that, that's possible. But that's possible. That turns that personal residence into an income generation vehicle. But there are other means as well. Rental property. That is another means. That is an asset. You look at your vehicle. I used to work in a country where people were, earning maybe 10, 20% of what you're earning are changing their vehicles every year. Every year. And then you are coming to your own work for 10 years, driving the same. And they look at you, they don't understand that. For that luxury car that you're driving, before you leave the very lot that you bought it from, 20% is off it, right off. Once you take the key, 20%, you've got to drive. Don't mark me wrong. But I often tell, people, drive that vehicle until the wheel falls off. If it is taking you from A to B, it is just a means of transportation. Changing a vehicle every year is like throwing water inside the ocean. If you're comfortable with that, please don't get me wrong. And I don't want to be judgmental. But someone who has put his money into a commercial fleet, that person is earning income. Same way too about finances. There are people who will go on credit card debt. Credit card debt. They're buying a life. In fact, living a life on credit card. And outside you see You don't know. But you see, financing a lifestyle on credit is so dangerous because just like we talked earlier on about the power of compounding in investment, there's also a power of compounding in debt. Once one falls into it, what you realize is that each time, each month, it keeps increasing, it keeps increasing. That is what the credit card companies want. They don't want to pay. We've got to still have it for credits, but the best thing is to actually pay it off at the end of the month. Now, I'm a little bit guilty, not because I can't pay, but at times I forget, or maybe my wife has not encouraged me enough at times. You know, and the next thing is about business ownership or lifestyle. And you look at, say, something like we've spoken about earlier on, even, you know, on YouTube, on TikTok. You see some people, they are there to show off all the life or all the fakeness of the life. And yet you see some people, they are still making money on that same platform. The same platform, some people are investing in it and they are making income, whereas some people are going in there and they're getting into debt in order to show off a life that is not even their own. Same platform. We have to understand what is an asset mindset and a liability mindset. And when we drill down on that, that helps us. Because we have to look into ourselves at times and say, look, where am I? And what am I really doing? Next slide, please. So let's look at it. Is investing really a biblical thing? Does God support this? Yes, God does support it. Stewardship is one thing. Because when you understand that your value is not in what you have, then it becomes easier for you not to also to tight things. You understand that this is something that God has given unto you, and that God has actually used you as a means for disseminating his resources. But in doing that, you also understand that God actually favors you in order for you to be a good manager of his resource. So it's important for us that stewardship means knowing that God owns it all, but that knowing that God also asks us to use what he has given unto us in a way that he is going to be approving of it. Remember the talents, the parable of the talents, and let's think about that each time that we are handling our money. God also wants us to have the principle of multiplication. He wants us to cast our bread upon the waters because it will return to us. When you cast something, when you put butter on a bread, what happens? It expands. It doesn't just stay the same. And God also wants us to plan for the future and for a legacy. Next slide. There are some spiritual roots to multiplication and to wealth and to creation of it. I've just spoken about the talents and how God, approved those servants who reproduced and how God was not happy with those who did not. There is also the principle, next slide, of diligence. And I'm going to dwell a little bit just with this. I said earlier on about microwave. There are some people that believe that it is by luck. Some people believe that, it's just lucky. But building wealth requires consistency. It requires acquiring skills. Look at two of our presenters earlier on, and I know also the story of our pastor as well, that it was similar. He didn't just land here, and then suddenly, he is an energy expert. He is a financial advisor. No, had to acquire the skill. Had to do what it takes to get to the level where they need to get to. Pastor has given us of his own testimony, how he had to endure some things in order to get to where he had to get to. It requires consistency. It requires skill. It requires quiet service. There are times nobody sees. And then, even when your hand has actually touched it, that's just the beginning of it. You have to do the hard yard again and again and again. Just being diligent, knowing that, look, I am manuring the ground. I am watering it. I am doing everything, yet I cannot see any fruits. But that seed is actually growing already. And eventually you see the sprout. And from that sprout, it increases. But if you don't do those initial work, it actually dies off there. It is buried, but you have to keep at it. And even when that seed has grown, no, just don't leave it alone. Otherwise, the weed will come and they will extinguish it. We have to keep moving it and keep working on it until it becomes a full-grown tree that is bearing fruits. Next, please. We also have to understand that in trying to build income, increase, and wealth, that we have to be calculated. And I know that, there's a place of faith, and then there's a place of analyzing things. You cannot say because I want to, own properties, I go to the worst place possible in the city because it is cost the cheapest possible. There's a reason why it is the cheapest. We have to calculate the risk. I cannot say that, look, I earn X dollars. I'm going to take 90% of the X dollars, and I'm going to go out and buy, a transport fleet because I want to make the money. I still got to eat. I still got to live in a house. I still got to have electricity. So there has to be calculated risk. We have to first analyze things and make sure that the risk can be mitigated. That is a very, very important thing that we have to do before we jump. Next slide. The scripture talks about dividing our portion 6s and to 7 or even 8. Please go back. Talking about the principle of diversification. What does that mean? It means don't put all your eggs in one basket. Because if a crisis happens in one basket, throw that basket, that means lost everything. We will not lose. But we need to be very careful in order for us to try and divide our portion. It's a biblical thing. So 7s or even to 8. And we'll see some of those different ways by which we can divide things. Next slide. I think it's quite important to build some of these principles before we go into the main aspects of what are the things that we can really invest in and how do we go about it. And I'm going to particularly hone down on real estate, on how we can get about it. Now, the principle of the seed and the bread. This is very, very important. If we are expecting that until when we are earning $10,000, whatever $1,000 a month, before we can set something aside, we will not get there. The reason is that when you get to 10,000, the same thing that's happening at 3,000, 5,000 will happen. There's something that is called creep. It's a lifestyle kind of a thing that happens. When you have a certain amount of money, you are able to fit your life around it. And if you have that mindset, when you double that you do cannot eat our seed. The scripture says that God provides seeds for the sower and bread for food. God knows the seed is the same thing that also becomes bread, but God separates them. We cannot eat our seeds. That seed, we have to make sure that we preserve it so that it will give us more seed and a portion of it we can eat as bread. That is a very, very important thing, no matter the stage of life that we are in, that we have to inculcate. The seed is such an important thing in our journey. No seed is too small. No seed is too small. And all we require is just information on how to make that seed to go into the ground and to increase. We're going to jump up a little bit in order to get to the areas where we need to get to. Now, please go on to the next slide, please. Yes. Now, we're going to just unfold a few things. And I'm going to really hone down on a couple of investment types. And that is where we talk about how do we use the seeds that God has given us? How do we translate those things? Now you see across there multiple things. Real estate. Real estate is not just owning a rental property. Real estate goes beyond just owning a residential property. Real estate is broad, is wide. Real estate, we can be talking in billions, and yet we can be talking in tens of, in fact, you can be talking in hundreds of dollars. It is quite wide. There are three pillars that we know are the greatest creators of wealth. Three biggest pillars. One of them is that you get a very good high-paying job. Very good high-paying job. But it doesn't stop there. With good investment backing it. If you have a good job and you don't know how to use the proceeds of that good job, big deal. You earn the big money. Then, look, I'll tell you something. I know earlier on there has been discussion earlier on about CPP, EI, and things like that, and there are a whole lot of discussions. I know a lot of people, look at doctors, some envy doctors or whatever. But do you know that there are some nurses who retire with $2 million as a retirement, and there are some doctors that retire with $0 as retirement? Because a doctor is, most of the time, is self-employed. And they have to build their own retirement funds. Or if a doctor ends up spending all of his or her money on everyday things, they earn all the whatever times 3 times 4, whatever the amount that the nurse is earning. And yet, the end of the thing, the nurse is living in luxury, and the physician is living in a place that is not that far from luxury. And that's what can happen when we don't use the proceeds of a high-paying job properly. And in the pantheon of really, really high-paying jobs, physician earns really well, but that's not the highest. There are some professions or some things that are way, way higher than that. But whatever way that God finds you in a high-paying job, use the proceeds, invest it, makes the tax codes to help you to keep more of what you need to keep legally, and invest the rest into your future. We heard about RSP, we heard about TSFA, and a few other things that we'll talk about as well. Stocks, bonds, certificates, digital assets. Earlier on, we were speaking about cryptocurrencies, blockchains, fungibles. All those are things that we can use and invest in. Now, mark you, I have to be very clear. Digital assets are very risky. They are very risky. And the way that I will ask you to approach it is this money that I can lose? If it's the money that I can lose, fine. You can make huge money from it. Don't get me wrong. Or you can also lose huge amount of money from it. Because it can go up and down so quickly. But if it's money that you can lose, if you make great money, great. If it stays right there, no big deal. But it's also still a small portion of what you can add. In fact, some experts say 1% of your asset profile. Should not be more than 1%. That's digital assets. Now, we've spoken earlier on about retirement savings. That is also an investment portion. And in the country here, we've been blessed. RRSP as a great avenue for us. And put the money in while you're earning tax-free. And then when you're no longer working, you can pull it out when the amount of tax that you're supposed to pay is much lower. So great, great win. TFSA, pay the tax up front, but each time that you are earning and then it's being rolled over, you are still earning more. Another great tool for us. There are, of course, the workplace pensions, which has been spoken about. One thing that people don't talk about too much are precious metals investments. Silver, gold. Those are, they are very, very hedgeable portions of investment. You know, recently with all the wars and all that, but last year gold took off. Those are places, and this is not just about you having, the gold bars. Those are called bullions, And if that's what you want, you can. You can actually get the bullion and keep in your house, if that's what you are really looking for. But you don't have to. There are, storehouses. There are funds that also invest in gold as well, in silvers as well, that you can invest in. And you will have those, and that is another portion. Invest in part of your portfolio. Another one is, I think I started earlier on about the 3 pillars, and somehow I didn't get to finish. I spoke about, the high income. Another one is businesses. Now, I want to encourage everyone that is present here. No matter the work that you are doing, have a business. People think that business means that you must have a big office, fleets of vehicles that bear your logo and things like that. And that's fine. You can grow to that. You can do all that. But that is not necessarily what business is. In fact, there are so many small businesses that are operating in the country quietly. That crochet that you are doing in your kitchen, that you are selling out, that's a business. That's the start of a business. That, delivery that you are making of whatever, that's a business. That connection that you made with a few of your friends, that you decided to set up a shop front, that's a business. That, production that you are doing in the midst of your home, that you are putting up on YouTube, and that you're making money from it. That's a business. So I'm just trying to tell you this, that the spectrum is wide. But you know one thing? Scripture says, cast your bread upon the water after many days. You don't know how. You think that Elon Musk was sure that he was going to become Elon Musk when he started? He didn't know. Just return to him that way. Same way, too, we can have an Elon Musk sitting here right now. A Christian Elon Musk. Amen. Amen. Because you don't know unless you try. And that's why, do not bury the giftings that God has put in your heart. It's tiring. Each time that you think about it, just get excited. Get excited. Each time that, you are looking at something close to it, it gets you excited. Don't let it lie down. You may not have all that it takes in terms of the income and whatever to set up now, but keep working at it. Keep dreaming at it until you get onto it. Collectibles are another way. And collectibles come in different formats. Some people, it is about old antique vehicles, and they appreciate over time. Not the ones that we are driving right now. We are talking about 60s, 80s, muscle cars, and things like that. For some people, it's rare watches. For some people, it is, sports cars. I think recently there was one that was sold for $8 million. A sports card. I think it was a Michael Jordan one. $8 million. It could be artwork. So collective is another thing. And then, of course, commodities. Talking about things such as, even there's grain commodity, there's oil commodities, different formats like that. Now, let's go on to the next slide. Thank you. Now I'm going to hone down onto real estate. That's a passion of mine. And we're going to drill a little bit into this. Real estate can be direct ownership. The reason why it's called real is because most of the time you can see it is tangible. That's why originally it was called real. But now, these days, it doesn't necessarily. There are some formats that you will not see. That's indirect real estate. For the direct, you are talking about residential real estate, you are talking about commercial, you are talking about industrial, you are talking about land. Lands are not the same. There are developed lands, you have, all the utilities in it already. Go in there, you buy it, you hold it. Whether it is just specifically for land banking, 5 years down the road, you sell it for double the price, or you have an information of what is coming along for that particular piece of land that is not known to everyone. You buy it because of that privileged information. When that happens, that land could be triple of what is of that other prices. And that is something that some people have taken a whole advantage of. But the other one that is quite profitable as well is raw land, in which case you are hedging your bet on a lot of things. One, that it will get rezoned eventually. It could be a farmland somewhere in the midst of nowhere. You buy it at a much lower price compared to developed land. And you hold it. You pay all the tax, of course, all those years. Eventually, there will have to be utilities that has to be supplied. That land had to be sub-paneled. That land had to go on to the land services. And they have to actually reschedule those lands. Those take years. Those take time. And it also takes grace of God. Because it's not all land that eventually gets rezoned. But those are things that if God gives you the insights and you get into, you could make a whole lot of wealth from those. There's flipping, in which case, going into a house that is dilapidated and things like that, and turn it upside down and then resell it for multiple or more than what they do it. There's wholesaling houses, and you just sell it to those who are actually flipping it or retailing it, or those who want to just renovate and live in it. And there's micro flipping, in which case you do it at a much, much lower and smaller scale. And instead of completing any of the renovation, you just sell it after a very short period of time. And there's the indirect ones, the REITs, in which case bring $50, bring $500, whatever. Go to REIT companies, which are essentially, but they are also listed on the stock exchange, and you buy a unit of it. So it's almost like buying a share. But this time around, you are buying a share of maybe an apartment complex, an office complex, something like that. And then there are real estate crowdfunding, in which case you have people who have come together and they are financing real estate portfolios, and then you are getting income back from that when sold whatever that they've developed. And there are also, the investments, mortgage investments, are also quite close to the real estate crowdfunding. Next line. So how do we actually get into this? How do we really get into this? Let me start by residential real estate. You are interested, you want to own a piece of rental property. How do you go about it? There are different formats: single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, apartments that can be as 100, like the ones in Ontario. For some here, there are 20, 30, all those ones. There are different formats. They are a bit of an easier entry point compared to some of the other ones that we've seen. And the whole issue is that you are looking at advantages through different formats. One is monthly rental income. Two, that monthly rental income could be helping with the mortgage of that house, or even more. Three is that you are getting back the value of long-term appreciation. Now, long-term appreciation happens because people look at somewhere like Canada and say, countries, so much land, and it's so much land. But the truth of it is, you realize that Prince Albert, there are no lands. Prince Albert is struggling for land. Look, but what about the ones, all those ones, beyond the river, when I'm going to Saskatoon? See, all those places are not under the city of Prince Albert. Once you cross beyond that superstore, along the Real Canadian wholesale, you are into the rural community, thank you. The municipality changes. Once you cross to the north, across, the municipality changes. So, you see, over time, there's no land. And as such, when there is no land, what happens? Once they appreciate. And it's kind of an upside-down kind of thinking. You think that these houses, they're supposed to be getting older now. How can an older house be expensive than a newer house? Those are the principles of appreciation. Not enough land in a local area, and that happens in different small areas across the country. That is one of the principles of appreciation. But not only do you get the benefit of that, you also get tax benefits as well, And that's when I talk about diligence. If you're not diligent in what you do, you're going to waste the opportunities that are potential. If you don't keep your receipts, you spend the money, and then the government will also tax you if you don't submit those receipts. That's where the principle of diligence comes into it. So every work that you do, thank God that earlier on we spoke about, under the table. All my workers know you have to sign. You cannot do any work for me and not sign a document, because that means I'll pay you out of my pocket. The government will realize that I've made a withdrawal, and then they will tax me for that. And at the end of the day, I have already paid you the money, and then I'm getting taxed again for paying you the money. So there's nothing like under the table. going to do something for a venture that I'm in, you have to sign. You have to give a receipt. And that is part of protection. It's not about not understanding where people are, but part of protecting your and understanding the place of diligence when you're going to do your work. So let's move on, and we will see some of the other issues. One of the things that I will just reiterate again is location. Location, location, location. Don't go to a bad neighborhood. In fact, a bad house in a good neighborhood is way better than a grand house in a bad neighborhood. Because eventually that bad neighborhood is going to infiltrate that grand house and it's going to drop the value through the floor. And you can always turn that dilapidated house, you can always upgrade it so far that it's in a good neighborhood. And it can get to the level of all the other houses in that neighborhood. Next slide. So, what about commercial real estate? It's a bit higher to get into. And also, the rewards are higher. Generally, because people come into the office, they come in the morning, they go home at night. Generally, the maintenance in those places, the property don't wear down quite as much as where people are living in, where people are partying in, and all that. So, you know, look at something like a small plaza. You have multiple different businesses that can occupy it as tenants. And eventually, they generate long-term income. Next slide. Industrial real estate. And we do have some industrial real estate here in Prince Albert, and of course, all across the province. There are about 3 or so here in PA. And that's where, you know, a lot of, you know, businesses get done. Warehouses, truck yards, manufacturing facilities, logistics facilities, storage facilities, all those things happen in some of those areas. And usually they often outperform quietly. You won't know, really. You won't know. Now, there are some downside to it. If you ever need to come out of it, often you'll have to do abatement. Abatement can cost in millions, really, because you have to return the soil to how, almost to agricultural soil. That takes a lot of money. But then, depending on your exit strategies, that might not be your own headache. That might be the headache of the person who has actually bought it. Even the city, many of you might know the land that's to the west, to the east of the city, you know, besides Saspoli. That land has not been used. Well, despite the fact that it is right in a very good location in the midst of the city, because there's a need for abatement. There was some oil that's spilled into it previously, and the city for now has other priorities. So they will eventually, but it does cost a lot of money. Now, I mentioned this as cranks of, next slide, cranks of real estate. You need cash flow. Cash flow is king. You know, appreciation will eventually occur. But if you're able to get to cash flow, that is your lifeline today. Cash flow is what will allow you to continue to develop. Cash flow is what will allow you to continue to acquire more property, to increase your business. If you are always in negative cash flow, there's a problem, because you cannot continuously use your own income to fund it perpetually. You need to get to cash flow eventually. That is key. In fact, if you can get to cash flow right at the start, that can make your work quite a lot easier. So that is important. Now, some people think that some people fall in love with their investments too quickly. I'm going to just ask you to hear this. Don't fall in love with your investments. For some people, when all the parameters tell them you need to sell this asset in order to be able to get onto the next level, they cannot, because they've become so attached onto it, so much in love onto it that they cannot. Now, if you have a property that is draining you. Now, mark you, when the property is draining your money, not only is it draining your money, it's draining your peace of mind as well. Not only is it draining your peace of mind, it's draining your family's peace of mind as well. So once you're getting to that level, you have to understand that is this really what it's, and that's one of the things, that cash flow is a business at the end of it. If you are draining all your money in there, then it's not worth it. Now, there's also a difference that you are not Machiavellian in what you do. We are not trying to kill people because we are saying that it's a business. Mark you, you're a Christian, you're a child of God. God has given you an opportunity. You can use it to also benefit people's life while benefiting yourself. We don't have to kill people by price because we have something that God has given unto us. So, capital appreciation happens. You can start, this at 300,000 this year. In 10 years, it's 500,000. And if you're in Toronto, in 10 years, it's 3 million. But the only problem is that the cash flow in Toronto is not the same thing as cash flow in Saskatchewan or in Alberta, because the entry point is so high. And some of those other things I've mentioned earlier on about the potential advantages, the interest deductions, the precision write-offs, and things like that are things that you can use as cranks to move you forward. Next line. Next slide, please. So, how do we go about it? Just before then, there is a slide before that. How do you find and evaluate properties? You decide that you want to do this. How do you go about it? There are some sources. Go to realtors. They will be more than willing. That's their business. They want people to come to them. You want houses? I can take you to houses. There is MLS listing. It's public. You can search. Use the criteria of what you want. Foreclosures, maybe not so much here openly, but there are. But you need to have link-ups with the right realtors for you to be able to. And also, you have to understand that there are some pros and cons with that. It's not all foreclosure that's for everyone. Some foreclosures need someone that has a bit more knowledge. You don't want to go into a house that was a meth house. That could ruin some people. Estate sales is also another means, and on. Networking, property managers at times, they have those information. Now, how do you evaluate whether this is for me? You have to look at the area where it is. Is it really experiencing growth? Are there jobs? Are there good schools around? Are there infrastructures or in the midst of nowhere where I mentioned about raw land earlier on, or just one house in the midst of everywhere? Will you get tenants willing? Will there is a public transportation to those places? All those are things that you have to ask yourself. Will it ever cash flow? Is the house too small to be redevelopable? Those are things that you have to ask yourself. The amount of repair that is required, the amount of renovation that's required, if I put these together with the amount I'm going to buy this, will it ever break even? Those are things that you have to really look at. But more than anything else, as children of God, if you are evaluating something and you don't have peace, that's your spiritual barometer. If there is no peace, that tells you don't go there. I know that that's with everything that we said. It's almost like, what are you saying? But you said, I will look at this, look at this. But remember, you are a Christian entrepreneur. If there is no peace, no matter how good it looks on paper, don't go there. If there is structural damage, you need to go. But I'll tell you one story. We're going to buy a property somewhere in Saskatoon, maybe 8 years or whatever ago. But we've had an offer accepted and everything like that. huge big house, going to turn it into 3 units and all that. It was a great deal. But then, of course, we got proper people to go have a look. Now, what we found out was the foundation was disintegrating. To be able to do the right thing, you'll have needed to raise a house that was already 3 stories up, raise it up, and then dig out the remaining crumbling foundation, and then put on new foundation and all that. Cost was going to be $100,000. We were never going to break even. So we walked away. So structural damage can basically erase all your ability to be able to break even. No matter the number, you can spend 10 years. You will just find out that you are just doing and doing and doing. Remember, a house needs maintenance. A house needs a host of things. You have to pay the tax, you have to pay the insurance, you have to pay for maintenance of everything that surrounds it. So it's not just the cost of buying a house and renovating, and that's the end of it. There are ongoing costs to it as well. If there are high vacancy rates, that's a no-no in that area. If the seller is unrealistic with the amount, you're falling in love with their place, or they are greedy, and they think that you are a novice, one who skin you, that's somewhere to walk away. Bad neighborhood trends. Trends is important. It's not just bad neighborhood, but if a place is moving from being a reasonable neighborhood to gradually to some things that are happening, you need to be very careful. And the other way around too, if a neighborhood is becoming gentrified, that is something that one should also be able to be ahead of it. Because for some people, the east side of Saskatoon, it's not quite, or rather, the west side of Saskatoon, just like here, but maybe not quite equivalent, but it's not quite as desired as the east side. But you see, the west side of Saskatoon, a significant part of it has become gentrified. There are still some areas that are still not quite, but those who knew were able to jump in at the right time. Now they are reaping those benefits. Because when it was still like the West Flat of PA, some people saw trends. They saw the Boho group coming in right on the 21st and beginning to move in gradually. And before you know it, it became gentrified. So they reap the reward of their foresight. Next. Renovation strategies. The biggest thing that I'm going to say here is that last line, that left side. Avoid over-renovating beyond your neighborhood value. It's not all renovations that are equal. There are criteria for what you do in each place. The paint is important. The curb appeal is important. Flooring is important, but it's not the most. There are many times that we have pulled out carpet and found hardwood underneath. Refinish those hardwoods, and those hardwoods are way, way, way more, expensive compared to anything that you can get on the market now, because you can't even find those. But if they are destroyed, then, new ones have to go in. Kitchens, bathrooms, lightnings are what I call the eye candies. When you come in, that's what catch you. You have lights that are, that you are in a disco. No matter how good that you make the place, we think that, what is this? Those are really, really important things that you can use to elevate the price. But you know what? It's not your personal home. As much as you might want to, it cannot be looked after like your own, you are the one living right there. You have some people who take care of things very well. But it's not everyone. Now, you cannot guarantee who's going to be there. I had a friend. He was in the trades. He told me of a friend of his who went into a place in the West Flats. And he had this bug. He had this big dream. I'm going to buy this house. I'm going to make it. And he did. But he lost his shirt. He went in there, granite countertop, everything. And then within 6 months, everything was destroyed. Everything, including the granite countertops. Remember what I said about bad neighborhood? But he over-renovated beyond the value of that neighborhood. And unfortunately, he lost that house. He lost that house because after they destroyed everything, even the amount of getting it back, renovating it, and all that, eventually, the mortgage, that place was foreclosed. So don't over-renovate beyond the neighborhood value. Do what is necessary. Don't put people in places that are not safe. Don't put people in places that you yourself cannot, stay in. If you have to stay in there, make sure that you comply with the regulations of the city that you're investing in. But at the end of it, remember, you are not turning it into a hotel. And you have to be reasonable to the expectations of what you need to do. You need partners, realtors, contractors, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, landscape arborists, waste disposal, accountants, lawyers, surveyors. You need a whole team. And mark you are not trying to get them to the lowest possible, because you need them again. If you try to undercut people or try to cheat people out of what is, remember, that is their own, that's their career, that's their own means of living. If we go on and try to undercut them unduly, they will not come back. And word spread fairly quickly in these communities. And if you develop the wrong reputation amongst the artisans, you get no one to be able to work for you. And more often than not, if you treat people right, they will do whatever it takes. My own foreman, if I call him, even when he's dead tired, come. It's because I don't see him as someone I see him as a partner in my business. My wife has taken time to fill forms for his family. I have taken time to carry things personally by hand to his house. Real estate tries on teamwork. Every player adds value. And we have to treat those that are working for us as partners. That is a very, very essential part of running a business, including real estate. I think we are almost right to the end. Last slide. How do you go about if identify the people who are going to work with you? Earlier on, we learned that if you are going to get a scholarship, don't just wait until the day before you graduate and then you start going to pursue it. No. You have to improve your credit score. And that's very important. You see, a score difference of 100 can be a huge difference between either getting a mortgage or the rates at which you get that mortgage. And that is key, because that can add at times $100, $200 to your monthly payment. So get your credit score right. And it doesn't take way too much. You know, we spoke earlier on about credit cards. Yes, if you're not paying your credit card in time, it will drop your credit score. If you're not paying your utilities in time, it will drop your credit score. But you can use your credit card in a way that can also improve your credit score. One of the ways is that you make sure that you already have a payment schedule tied onto that card. And when you are also trying to raise your credit score, almost immediately after you use it, you pay. And the more you use it, when you are trying to improve your credit score, the higher your scores will be coming, because they made things. And one of the good things that the government did a few years ago was that they now included rent payments as part of credit score. And you about it, it's very important. For a lot of people, rent is one of the biggest expenses that they have per month. And if you're a good and steady rent payer, that goes on and showing your credit score. So improve your credit score, know that there's a down payment, and this down payment is often higher than the rate that you pay for your own personal home. Because government allows you one time, and then after that, you know, it is income property. You have to pay a much higher down payment. Sorry, let me correct that. I think the banks allow you, not government. You can also go on to, you know, mortgage brokers, mortgage companies, banks, and get it. They'll run through your papers and all that and tell you where you are. If what you are looking for is higher, then they will tell you the steps, whether you need higher income, higher credit score, and things like that. And when you find the right property, do property inspection. Remember what I told you about the property in Saskatoon. If we did not pay that amount to do property inspection, we would have been stuck with a property that required $100,000 to repair the foundation. And then financing approval, that is quite important. And also there are costs for closing as well, typically about 2.5%. And then, you know, we have to understand that there are some opportunities in Saskatchewan. We live here, and one of the things is that the property prices are lower than some of the other bigger provinces. So entry point is a bit easier, and there are some secondary suite programs, maybe more in some of the bigger cities, but there are also new build programs, also locally for us, as well as in the province. And there is downtown revitalization programs, almost in all the provinces, including here as well. All these are, and then there's one nationally as well for new build programs targeted at multi-unit rental properties. So, you know, there are a whole wide range of things, opportunities for us. I know I've spent a lot of time on real estate, and there are more than real estate. Kind of mention them on a peripheral basis, but irrespective, whatever God has put into your heart is possible, is doable. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one or two questions.
I'm aware of other investment people do based on what I do, actually. So what's your take on people investing on things like gadgets, ammunitions, and missiles, whether it's lost, or it's actually a thing, like it's happening, you know, like, you know, new gadgets and weapons and, you know, missiles, if it's launched on a war and stuff. Like, what's your take on that as a child of God?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know there's a bit of sniggering, and well, you're right, it is true. And I'm going to give you my own personal take on it, and I thank God that you mentioned as a child of God. I'll say it out front, I will not, personally. I will not, once I know. And that's also another thing, once I know. Because there are so many people who are invested in things that they don't know. You see, the easiest and the safest thing for a beginner who's going into stocks is ETFs. ETFs are combinations of multiple stocks and things like that. And the most that you can do is, look, I want one that is high income, high risk, or the one that's low income, and low risk, and middle. But you don't know what is contained in the basket. And it could be a weapons company. Now, weapons company is also not just the one that is producing the grenades, and there are also supply chains as well with them. So if you don't know, that is a bit different. But I will not go directly and go to a drone company or a grenade company and invest directly in those stocks. You know, I think what they stand for, the way that I see is profiting from destruction of people, and often people who not defend themselves. And no matter how, let's just say this, there's no righteous war. Particularly in this heart that we are in, there's no righteous war. And no matter how much people might say, okay, there are collateral damages. Collateral damages in Ukraine, in Sudan, we've seen it in Syria, we've seen it in so many places. People who cannot defend themselves, who are just going their way, and then a stray one comes. Or, like Russia was doing, directly targeting civilian infrastructures. So that's the reason why I will not. And I also feel that there are so many other opportunities beyond that one can use. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, from a civil point of view, but like if sorry, yes. I'm a military person. From our view, it's either kill or get killed. So, and then they give you like reasons, a bunch of reasons. If you slack, he said, if you don't die, the people you love die, pretty much. So, then this is me standing. There are righteous people everywhere, even in the camp of the enemy, as a Christian in that field. So, should I invest in these? It's giving me some kind of weird thoughts. So anyway, that's why. From someone like what's not in that area, yeah, it would make a lot of sense. But if I am told, like it's yes sir, and then nobody forces you to like put your money into like stuff like that. But then they give you like all reasons to do. So that's why I said like from a civilian point of view.
Thank you. Yes sir.
Well, first comment on this question, and then I would ask my question. From my experience, coming from Nigeria, you have some kind of investments that are green bonds, the ethical investments, ESG-dominated investments. You can actually tell your stockbroker that, look, this is what I want. Ethical funds, invest in ethical funds. They are quite, the returns are quite good. So if you tell your stockbroker and then you have a mutual fund, they will cleverly avoid all those kind of investments that the earlier speaker mentioned. That's on that. Now, my question is, if you're not going to invest, which is the best? Do you do it yourself or do you do it through your bank? Because coming into this country, you want to, you meet, your bank will tell you, okay, we can always assist you in doing your investments, or especially when you spoke about ETF, should it be something you're doing yourself?
Very good question, sir. Very good question. And I think the way that I will personally explain it is this. At the beginning, it's better to leave it to the professionals, particularly, the banks, but with a very, very watchful eye on them. That means being in contact very, very regularly with them. Now, the other part of things is that fees are very important, because if one is not paying attention to the fees, they eat up a lot of one's returns, because some of them are just fine lines. And before you know it, you look at this thing is not growing. In fact, at times it's going backwards because of the fee structures that are put in. I remember that we had to switch our own children's RESPs at a point in time because, when we did it, we were just barely in the country, what's then and all that, and they met us at the trade fair, and then we got into the whole thing. And down the road, we realized that this thing is not growing as it should. And we ended up, finding out that the things that they actually layered into it in their commissions and all that was eating away the, the returns. So that's very important to note that, one has to know their fee structures. One has to keep a very close eye on. Then, once one has become comfortable with the process, and then also buy education, and there are so many ways. Talk about the trade shows. There are also YouTube videos and all those things that one can educate oneself in over time. Then one can move on to the different platforms personally, yourself. Questrade, Wealthsimple, TD Investing, and TD has footprints not only in Canada, they have it in the US, but they're one of the bigger ones in the US. Go beyond shore, they're actually about the third or fourth or so. They're pretty big in the US. So it basically gives you almost a direct access straight into NASDAQ. It gives you a huge range of abilities in the US. So you're not tied down to the TSX here alone. You actually have the ability in the US as well. Now, it doesn't mean that both Questrade, Wealthsimple, and also you can also get into that, but it makes it a little bit quicker and easier with TD. So, but once you have that ability, then that's the next phase, because then you can do it yourself without necessarily paying all those commissions across them at that time. Now, the type of trades that one is also aiming for matters as well. Because if one is trying to do day trading, definitely it's very time consuming. Now, for those who know how to do it, the rewards can be high, but if somebody is not on the computer almost like every 30 minutes, there's a lot of trouble that can happen because one can go back, the money is zero, So that is very important to know. And then, can scale things to futures and things like that. Now, that's not for everyone. In fact, it's not for most people, really. Things like futures, digital assets, and things like that we spoke about. But basic investing, initially, so the brokers in the banks, and then when one is ready, with online platforms like those. Yes. Please, go ahead, Brother.
Oh, thank you very much. Do you have or template where to start from? I know we're on different journey paths, and like, what would you suggest to start? Some of us can't jump into commercial real estate, so do we go into stocks, ETFs, or gold first, and graduate from that and go to the next step? Thank you.
Thank you, Rolalu. Yeah, and I think that's very true. The key that I will say is that first one has to look at where and how much one has to hand at that point in time. I know that I spoke earlier on about dividing in 60s and 7s, but it's not at the very start. it's often good to layer things, because if one spreads resources way too thin at the start, what one will realize is that it's almost like one cannot really be able to stabilize in one singular aspect. So it's very important to, start with one and move on to next and on like that. The simplest thing will be stocks initially. Simple as $5. No one can buy stocks, of course. Those are mostly token stocks. They're essentially stocks that are regarded as pennies. And many of them, they don't necessarily do well. You can get the occasional odd one that suddenly, you make millions from it. But those are very, very rare. Same way, too, with the blockchains technology as well. So there are some that are like pennies, really. But the key really is that to start with stocks, and then if, real estate is the next thing, and then look at, okay, but it's not everyone that has that tendency to be a landlord. Some people don't. That's the reality. And for those who don't, you'll have to not consider something like a residential real estate. That's the truth of it. Because there are a lot that have to be done. You can give it to management company, but at times there are issues that can arise from that as well. Now, but if you feel that you're the kind of person who will be able to do that, then the next thing are some of those steps that I mentioned. Saving enough for a down payment, talking to mortgage brokers, seeing where you are. Remember, one of the big benefits of real estate is that you are acquiring a large and expensive asset, and somebody else is carrying most of the risk. That's the truth. We spoke about maybe 20% or something like that, but the bank is paying the 80%. Now, one thing that most people do, you see, there are some bad debts, but there are some investment debts. Now, if somebody is carrying the burden of 80% of a property that I am reaping the benefit of, I think the mass is massive. Call it that way. I think it makes sense that way because the bank, as much as they are, and that does not mean that there are some people who will buy outright as cash. There are some people who buy 40% down payment or whatever. But also have to understand that when I mention about investable debts, not tax efficient for you to pay down the rental property right away because you lose all the tax advantages. And that's the reality. It's different to your own personal home. But an income property, there's no tax advantage paying it off. Because all those savings that you have made, you have basically gone. Some people will say peace of mind and all that. Well, your peace of mind is in your home that you own, that you are living in. The rental property or the income property is an investment at the end of it. And if it's giving you the income, the tax advantage, it needs to be preserved as much as you can. So that's what I will really advise. First, things like, stocks. And then if you are interested in something like real estate, to decide whether you want to do rental as residential or go on to something like commercial, knowing that commercial, the cost is much higher to acquire.
So you talked about Wealth Simple earlier on. That means you understand the platforms. So which one do you prefer, Wealth Simple or Questrade?
I use Questrade. I think their digital footprints are better. I think their customer service is better as well. And the fact that their interface is quite a lot easier to maneuver. Yeah, that's why I personally use Questry.
So much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. You see, there's so much wealth in knowledge. There's so much wealth in knowledge. I don't know how many of us saw this movie. Are we there yet? We saw the movie. You enjoy the journey, but then the question is, are we there yet? And in my local parlance, they say, Ibita and Lolade. One of the things that struck me, sir, is that Dr. Wonikoko encouraged each and every one of us, start a business, no matter what it is. And we have in our midst, and the other thing I would say is that one of the biggest assets that we all have, that many of us take for granted, is the network, is the people that we have around us. And I'm happy when you mentioned about working with a team, you know, the team of lawyers, the artisan, and I can see a lot of conversation already building up. I personally believe that after this meeting, we're going to have people reaching out to one another, and my prayer is that we would even build alliances from here. Amen? We will build alliances because people are very important. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our very dear friends from Saskatoon, and that's the Saskatoon Black Business Network. I'm going to say this in Yoruba. I want to be and I'll translate. They have brought the money, the connection, and the network. Everybody is surprised. Yes. So the Saskatoon Black Business Network is actually a forum, community platform where the whole idea and the goal is to build those networks to encourage and to empower young entrepreneurs, you know, like Dr. Wonikoko said, you know, encouraging, starting a business. Many of us have ideas. The question is, where do I start from? I don't even have the resource. And we take ourselves back to scripture. The prophet asks, what do you have? Nothing but a cruse of oil. He said, that is what you need. That cruse of oil. I'm not going to waste more time. I'm going to welcome Dr. Wujari to the podium and the group, Saskatoon Black Business Network. They have a video they will play for us, and I'm sure that so let's play the video first. Yes, thank you. Together for Saskatoon Black Business Network.
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. In fact, we need to get people excited, right? So we're in the house of the Lord, so we should first honor God. So we say, praise the Lord. Amen. Want to first of all say thank you to Mommy and Daddy and the organizers of this event for having us. We came all the way from Saskatoon, and I promise you, We know that you've been sitting for long. We're not going to keep you longer than necessary. So we're just going to speak for a little bit of time and then we'll move on. We're just joking amongst ourselves that when we're coming, we thought by now we'll be back in Saskatoon. But, you know, life happens. All right, so my name is Tosin Fetuga, and I'm the board chair of Saskatoon Black Business Network. I have with me here Dr. John Owojori, is the executive director of Saskatoon Black Business Network, and I have Mr. Peter Olasukomi. He is the team lead for our mentorship program. With us here too is our media person there with the camera. She's actually our program manager for the organization. And we are here for just a few reasons. I like the fact that we had your speech first before ours. So thank you so much for making our work easy, sir. You told us about using business as an instrument of wealth creation. So thank you so much for having this event. Wealth creation is something that is very important. A few days ago, we had a town hall meeting in Saskatoon, and we're talking about generational wealth. We're talking about how we can change the trajectory of the Black business community in Saskatchewan, and we're coming up with different ideas. We'll come to that in a bit. What is Saskatoon Black Business Network, and who are we? What are we doing? We are a network that empowers Black entrepreneurs in Saskatchewan. We help to give visibility to entrepreneurs in our community. We also assist ourselves in pointing us to the resources that will empower us, enlarge whatever we're doing. And most importantly, our aim is to ignite or improve the entrepreneurship spirit in our community. During that town hall meeting, we're comparing ourselves to the mainstream counterparts. And you see many organizations that are successful, they are owned by people who don't look like us. But the story is, how can we take ourselves there? How can we change things? And that's what we do. And if you saw the video, I think they can still leave it with you or share it on the WhatsApp group or something. That talks about the 5 different programs that we are using to get our people to be more interested in business as a way of wealth creation. Now, one of the things that a few people talk about is how long a dollar stays within the Black community. Who knows? How long does a dollar go around in a Black community before it leaves that community? Does anybody have an idea? Is anybody saying anything? Almost immediately. I like the way you said that. Almost immediately. Why is that? We spend it, but where do we spend it? Outside. Why? Why outside where? Is it outside the church? Outside Black community, but why is it outside the Black community? Okay, we like what other people do. We don't have the businesses that will give us what we need. Hence, we take that money out. So how can we change that? How can we change it? So create those businesses so that, like Doctor was saying, that if I want to go into real estate business and I start a real estate business, so when I'm looking for, what are the things you said? You said we need somebody to do inspection. When I'm looking for somebody to do inspection, I don't have to go and look for somebody in the Chinese community. I know there's somebody in my community that can do that. So that money is still staying within us. So those are the things that we are looking to do. Now, we've started something within ourselves in Saskatoon, but we're not staying in Saskatoon because we want to go around Saskatchewan. Who here knows about the Black Business Expo in Saskatoon? Have you ever been there? No. You've been there? Amazing. All right. So a couple of years back, we started looking for business owners in our community. And the only place where we found them was on our WhatsApp pages, where we sold jollof rice. We sold, I have Ankara, I have this, I have that, on the faces of our WhatsApp pages. But we said that is not enough. We needed visibility. And so we created that platform of the expo. And so now we started off with about 80 businesses in 2024. Now what SSBN has done is that because of that visibility we created in 2024, guess what happened? By 2025, we had 120 business owners exhibit. What happened within that time? People came and saw others doing business, and they're like, I can also do this. And businesses started. Doctor said there's something in every one of us. Look inwards. You can turn it into a business. But if you don't see people like you doing such things, how do you get to start? And so we started that communication, we started that conversation in Saskatoon, and we're coming to Prince Albert very soon. Why are we coming here? We need to encourage that entrepreneurial spirit within us. A lot of us came at the age that we cannot hustle for too long. But you see that limited time that we have, we need to hit the ground running hard and fast when we have the right ideas, when we have the right information, and when we have the right access. And that's what SBBN is all about. So I'm going to still allow my people here to say a few things, because if I hold the mic, I talk for too long, and I don't want to do that. All right.
All right. I think she has said it all. The only thing I just wanted to add is the fact that I like the conversation we're hearing here. And we coming to Prince Albert is to continue that conversation. So as shown in the video, we're going to be having quarterly networking session in Saskatoon, in Prince Albert, in North Battleford, and Regina. So we need all of you. We need to keep having these conversations. We need to know what the challenges are. And there are so many programs like we have shown that you can benefit from. And we also need you to hone it. Hone it in the sense that we just got a grant from Prairie Scan. You probably have seen it in the news. And this grant is not for us. It's for all of us. There's a mentorship program. You will probably say a little bit more because of the mentorship lead. We want people, we want to come back in a year's time. And we can remember, or we can, say that 2 businesses started because we started having conversation. That's our joy. Just before I pass the mic, when we started the expo 2-3 years ago, people met at the expo. They had conversation. Today they, run their businesses together in the storefront. These were people that probably they were just running their businesses at home. But because of collaboration, having conversation, we see things develop. And also the video we're going to play as we leave is the pitch competition. We started that in 2025, last year. And somebody applied for it and won it, $5,000 grant. It's not a loan. The money is given out. And she has expanded her business through that. And so the pitch competition is going to, it actually closed yesterday, but we have extended it here. Sunday, and I think one of the factors is because we also thought we are coming to Prince Albert today. Maybe somebody is sitting here today that has a business idea that $5,000 may just help them to kickstart things. How sweet would that be to say, hey, I applied on the last day, and maybe you might win it. Who knows?
Thank you so much. So when looking at pillars, it's good to understand that, and all of the wonderful speakers here have highlighted the place of learning. And so we understand that there's a gap, and that we're a very blessed community, but again, there's a gap, right? So most of the questions arise as to, okay, why am I not selling outside of my community? And so we then begin to identify gaps like, are we as excellent? Do we understand the needs? Are we selling intentionally? And are we commercially ready, right? In terms of not just ready, in terms of the product, but also the mindset. So we've seen that there's a lot of hustle, and we're not intentional. So the mentorship seeks to close the gap and turn the hustle to a structure, to a commercially viable business. And one of the key things we've seen is also the fact that most of our businesses don't even think about exit, right? We started, the day ends is the day ends, right? So, but how do you get value from that business? So the mentorship is intentional. We like to compete, right? And one of the key things I also like to ask most times is, how many black businesses employ 50 people? It's tough to count. How many black businesses, for example, operate or sell to the mines, sell to defense, or sell to very critical sectors that help create the world? And that's where the gap is, because we like to stay on the micro scale. Now, how do we take our businesses through the journey of going from micro to small, to medium, and to large? We like to sit on the micro and small because it's safe. It's where we like to play. It's where everyone likes to compete. Then we start competing with ourselves in a very, very small fragment. How do we make bold moves? And that's why the SBBN was blessed and was tasked at the same time to create businesses that actually move the needle. We don't want to just be a DAY, or is it DAI, just have the badge, because where we just have some color there to make it look good. No, we want to create the same impact. We want to bring value to the community. We want to bring value to the country, understanding that the country needs us. And our approach is to find businesses that are intentional, businesses that are ready to start from strategy to exit, businesses that intend to transfer their business to the next generation. So we're coming with learning, we're coming with structure, and we're also coming with guidance. Now, the program runs on 2 cohorts. We call it the foundation track, and then those who have the structure track. So what happens is, at the foundation, think of it as a startup. You're struggling with your business, but it has the potential to create value. It's innovative, but you just don't know how to sell, how to price, how to create systems within the business. You're struggling with productivity, efficiency. We'll help you move the needle, and we'll guide you through the different steps, and then pass you safely to a structured mentoring system where it is now easy to have conversations. And so why are we doing this? Now, you ask most businesses, ask a business, are you integrating vertically or horizontally? And they're like, what is he saying, right? So when you go sit with the mentor and is asking you questions that are not flowing on the same scale, it's either that mentor pulls back or you don't get value. So we're trying to close that value so that mentorship then makes sense and that we can meet our people where they are actually. So commercially viable businesses, we want to make our businesses move from structure to commercial ventures that actually move the needle, create employment, and get value for what they've put in business. Last thing I want to say is, business starts as an hustle. It doesn't need to remain an hustle. And that's one of the key things people think, right? The business is a human, just not the one that breeds, right? It should be treated that way. If your kid does not grow, you shouldn't be comfortable with it. Same with your business. The same thing first year, second year. I keep doing it 10 years, right? You're not creating value out of that business. And it's something that as a community we need to check. So we'll be sending out applications. There's going to be a wait list. We have a very rigorous selection criteria. It might offend you, right? Because we understand that we just don't want this to be a program. We want it to be a very serious program, right? The government of Canada will be measuring the impact these businesses have created on the economy. We've had the news, GDP is at 1% growth, right? We are the least in terms of productivity as a G7 nation. Well, one of the least at the bottom, right? It means this is serious. There's a threat to the sovereignty, and we need to bring it back home. So this is our own contribution to building and rebuilding the Canadian economy, and we matter. And that's one of the key things I want us to end with. We matter, and we need to contribute our quota. Thank you.
We launched our very first entrepreneur pitch contest, and the impact is still speaking for itself. Beyond the monetary prize, our participants gained access to real opportunity for growth, meaningful mentorship, and powerful collaboration that are still ongoing today. This year, we are excited to bring it back, bigger and better. If you're a Black business owner with a vision, a product, or a growing venture, this is your moment. The SBBN Second Entrepreneur Pitch Contest is your chance to showcase your business, connect with industry leaders to take your next big step forward. Don't wait until the last minute. Applications close on May 22nd, 2026. Apply now and let your ideas be seen, supported, and celebrated. We can't wait to see what you are building. My name is Bumela Kono, and I'm the pitch lead for Saskatoon Black Business Network.
So just wanted to say that we extended the deadline. Sorry, please. I thought it was finished. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to say that we extended the deadline Sunday till tomorrow. And maybe I should share a small little story before I ask for questions. Last year, the winner of that pitch competition was not one of the 10 finalists, as it were, but somebody pulled out. And so we have to bring somebody from the number 11 to that team. And it was so amazing that she won it. It was so amazing she won it. So I'm just saying that somebody might be here today and you might just be hearing this for the first time. You're like, oh, I have an idea. You might just be thinking of what to know. And the application process is very simple. It's just a few questions, and then you have to do a recording, a video recording. Why would this $5,000 make a difference to you? You might be the one to win it, even though you are just hearing about it today. So that's just what I wanted to say. So I don't know whether anybody has questions just before we go. Yes.
Hello. Thank you guys so much for bringing the stuff to Prince Albert. So I wanted to ask about the stewardship. How do you get application? Like, how do you go about that? And do you have to pay for it, or how does that work, basically?
Did you mean the mentorship?
Yeah, the mentorship.
Okay.
We should charge you, but we're not charging you. Not that we like free things, but it's a grant, and we want to contribute. So there's going to be an opening. We'll have, shortly after the pitch competition, we'll have the advert rolling, and it will be spread around because it's not just for Nigerians, it's not just for our community, it's for the entire Black community. So it's going to be very competitive, but we'll have our media personnel do their job, and then you have the registration link. We probably have wait list where we keep funneling through the pipeline of getting people into the program. It's at no cost to you. The entire program will be free. The cost to you will be your time, willingness to learn, coachable, and ready to participate and grow. That's what we require from you.
Okay, thank you so much. So how do I get access to the media so that I know when the link is out?
Okay, and that's why we are doing these kind of outreach, going around the cities to bring what the SBBN is doing. So, I mean, Dr. Adebayo, Pastor Akwelola, we are very much in touch. And also, we'll be having quarterly networking session in Prince Albert. So we will make sure that we pass the information. We'd love to also connect to all the different WhatsApp groups so that the information can be out there. So we'll let you know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Beyond that, follow us on all social media handles. sbbn.ca is our website, and SBBN on all social media handles.
Okay, thank you.
at the tail end of today's event. I have been blessed. I don't know about you. Who has been blessed? Please, let's keep in touch. It's a seed that we need to water, we need to cultivate, we need to prune, we need to preserve. And I believe that God will bless our community. I know SBBN is still going to be in PA very soon. So tell those that were not able to make it today. As we wrap today's service up, I want to read something to us from scriptures. Let me read from Genesis chapter 47. Verse 3, I'll read 3 and 4, and we'll run to verse 27. And Pharaoh asked the brothers, "What's your occupation?" Then Joseph replied, "We, your servants, are shepherds, just like our ancestors. We have come to live here in Egypt for a while, for there is no pasture for our flocks in Canaan. The famine is very severe. So please, we request permission to live in the land of Goshen." And I don't know if that sounds like our story. How many of us found ourselves here in Canada today. But that's not where we're going. Let's run quickly to verse 27. Meanwhile, the people of Israel settled in the region of Goshen in Egypt. There they did what? They acquired property, and they were fruitful, and what? Their population grew rapidly. There's a reason why God has brought each and every one of us here. When we get home, let's brood upon that scripture. Can we just bow our heads as we pray? I just want us to go ahead and just thank God for the word that we've heard today. Let's just thank God for bringing this together for each and every one of us. I don't know where you are in the game, and I don't know the questions that's been stirred up in our hearts. But we learned earlier on, is God that gives seed to the sower and bread to the eater. Neither of them would be a want for us. God will grant us bread, He will grant us seed. I want us to just take this moment to also speak a word to our speakers. They've been a source of blessing. They've prepared. They've sacrificed their time, their schedule. They've traveled down to be with us today to be a blessing. That God will bless them as well. And I just want us to turn this around as a prayer and as a seed into our future. As individuals, as a community, as a people, that God will bless and expand us. In Jesus' name, we have prayed. I just want to say thank you once again for your time. Thank you. Please, let's just jam our hands together for our speakers, please. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As they walk out, please, if we can interact, if we can collect, network, get their numbers, if you can give them a hug on my behalf, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we want to say a big thank you to our pastor, our daddy, and our